Die Weltgesundheitsorganisation Hello. Hello. I'm here now. How's everyone doing? Oh my god. Hey Lily. Hey Twin. Hey Slothy. I got the book with me. You know, I've bought this book a while ago. I just opened up the first page and I saw the receipt in there because I bought it like in a physical like bookstore, and it's completely faded. Like the back side of it is still fine with like the store name and everything, but like the front thing where like the price was on and everything, it's just blank. It's just gone. It's just a full-on just blank page. Good now. I'm glad to hear that. That's good. That's good. Oh my god. Lily, have you seen what I sent you? From like the deer anime? Like I don't know, man. It's such a weird anime. But how's everyone doing today? Are you guys excited to start the second book in the series of this amazing trilogy of books? Let me just turn down the music a little bit. I don't want it too loud when I'm starting to read. It's like, do you even have to ask? You're right, you're right. But yeah, I posted that picture like from the deer anime in my Discord as well. It's like there's funny, and then there's just trying too hard to be funny. And I feel like that anime is gearing more towards the trying too hard to be funny category, to the point it gets kind of obnoxious. Damn, look at you go. Loyalty level 2. Enzo shows up. He might. I hope. 45%. Damn. Sluthy on that grind. She. The rest is gonna be a slog. Yeah. I know exactly how it is. It was a pain when I was trying to go for all achievements on Monster Hunter World. The trailer, yeah, the trailer seemed like it's going to be like just a funny, kind of like stupid brain rot kind of show. But like watching it now, it just like, yeah, it's a gag anime, but it just tries so hard to be funny to the point it's just getting obnoxious and stupid. I feel like they've already kind of milked the whole premise of, oh my god, look at this ridiculous deer girl dry. No, but no, go back to it. Like, trying to get all achievements on Monster Hunter was an absolute grind fest and pain and a slog, because the monsters can have varying sizes. Every time you load into a hunt, the monster might have like a slightly different size. And there's the smallest version and the biggest version. Like, the smallest size they can be, the biggest size they can be. And guess what? There's achievements for having encountered every smallest version and every biggest version of every monster in the game. Which is completely RNG. It took me, I think, after like already having played for like 1,000 hours in hunting and stuff, I think it took me 3 days and about 80 hunts of the same monster to get the base Monster Hunter World all achievements. And then I did the same for Iceborne for the expansion, because it added new achievements and stuff. And I think I hunted that last monster I needed the smallest version for, I think like over 300 times. Minimum 300. Yo, Gurgle, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Masochism. Get some help. Hey, at least I got the achievement, right? I have every achievement in Monster Hunter World and Iceborne. But at what cost? Well, all I'm gonna say is I never want to see this monster ever again in a new entry in the franchise. Luckily in Rise, it wasn't in there. But who knows what will happen in Wilds? When that comes out next year, which, if I have a PS5 at that point, I will definitely be streaming. Because, fuck yeah, Monster Hunter. That's how Lily and I met. Monster Hunter World. Why am I not surprised you're replying to that message, Lily? Luna's one of your favorite monsters? Yeah, well, after having to hunt 300 Lunastras, yeah, no, you're kind of getting sick of her. You're kind of getting sick of her. Just a little bit, you know? To be fair, I've hunted over 100 Elatrions and I'm not sick of that fight. Because, I don't know. Elatrion is just a fun fight. And the fact that I decided to go absolutely mental on that monster and say like, hey, let's beat that monster with no armor, basically running it no hit. But yeah, we did that. On stream it even happened, which was fucking crazy. I've done some stupid things in games. I've done some absolutely stupid decisions in streaming that we don't talk about. I will probably at some point do another run of Dark Souls 3 on my on stream, because I don't think I've ever finished a full run on stream. I started one. It was a run where I said like I'm never gonna I'm never gonna level up my character. It's gonna be level 1. I'm beating the game, and I decided, hey, I'll stream it, and every time I die, which probably will happen a lot, I'll take a shot. Like I had a full bottle of Jägermeister next to me when we started, and then half an hour in, I had 15 shots, and I just could not continue streaming. I was fucking gone for that day. So I don't think I'll do that again. But I'll probably do another like Dark Souls 3 challenge, like maybe like another level 1 run, but without the drinking. How are you alive? I'm German. That should explain anything regarding alcohol. Pretty sure he's dead inside. How'd you know? Germans, exactly. Is it that he's going to put me to sleep with reading again? Hey, most likely, if you would like that. Probably gonna happen. Not sure how long we're gonna be doing today. Probably not 11 hours. Not like last week. This book is a bit longer than the previous one, so we might have to cut it into like 3, potentially 4 streams. But hey, that just means more reading streams, right? Do a book a month? Yeah, something like that. I bite people. I punch people. So wait for you to recover your Guild Wars 2 account? Bro. One day. I say that to a lot of things. I'm really good at procrastinating, as you guys may be able to tell. Or just lazy and never do things. Another example, the phone, the phone with the bloated battery I had, or you guys bullying me into making a throne, and I still haven't done it. What's going on, Slothy? Why the fish, huh? You bought the Welkin? I mean, I wouldn't say like Welkin isn't too bad. That's just another like that's just like a few more primos. The hobby farming, yeah. You need some discipline? I do. It's just hard. Didn't you have some anime convention in Düsseldorf recently? Yeah, we did. Called Dokumi. It's like 2-3 days. Big convention. I wasn't there. I didn't have tickets for it. I didn't buy any. But yeah, that happened like that happened recently. Lily, I said it before. I think you missed the message, because you also said with the whole birthday or Christmas present. I said like I'd rather have you spend money on me for other things. Like maybe we can like set things up for the emotes, like with the artist, than you getting me stuff in Genshin. Because with the emotes, oh no, it's all good. It's all good. But with the emotes, it's also like you guys are benefiting from that as well because, hey, you guys can use more emotes. So you guys get something out of it as well. You guys get emotes. I still have to come up with some ideas for emotes. But we have a few more emote slots, that's for sure. But we not only had Dokumi, that convention in Düsseldorf recently. There's another thing in Düsseldorf, in the same city. They have a very high Japanese population in that city. They have like a full like district called like Little Tokyo. It's like a lot of like Japanese people there live there and all that. And once a year, they have a day where they invite anybody to come in. Like it's no entry fee or something, and you could just go there, and they have like a whole event set up to just celebrate and embrace Japanese culture. From like traditional clothing stuff, they have like music performances. I think this year they had the singer of the last Attack on Titan opening performing live on stage. So there's a lot of like anime and manga stuff there as well, obviously. Lots and lots of cosplay running around. And you can buy just like anime merch, posters, figures, wigs, all that stuff there as well. And at the end of that day, around 11 p.m., they will have a full-on traditional handmade Japanese fireworks show. And it's always such a beautiful sight to behold. I've seen it live, I think 2 or 3 times. Other times I was there. I've been to the event like 10 times. But most of the time, I usually either have like 1 or 2 friends there and they go early, or I'm there alone. So I haven't really been there for the whole time to like witness the fireworks live in person. But they always broadcast it on TV as well. So I always have that if I miss being there live. But I've been there live once or twice. It's so cool. It's so beautiful. I'm sure like another day when we're streaming, when I'm streaming on PC, where we could just like, you know, have a little like cozy chill day as well. And we're just gonna watch a video of someone walking around there, just like looking at all the cosplayers and the event and like all like the little events they have there, and then watch the fireworks show together. West Coast full of Asians, similar places in Germany. Well, like I said, at least like Düsseldorf has a very, very high Japanese population. And in general, I'd say, especially around like basically all over the country, like we have a very, very high like Muslim population as well, like Turkish and all like Middle Eastern area like that. Very, very high Muslim population, and like Russian and Polish. But especially in my area, since my area was very well known for like the coal mining industry and all that, we had a lot of like guest workers back in the day from like Turkey, Poland, Russia, all that, start like working here in like the mines and the smelters and all that, and they just decided to settle here. So we just have like a big Muslim population. Makes it very diverse here though. Like I love it. I live in an area here where it's like very Muslim influenced. You have a lot of Turkish people around here. Most, like, mainly Turkish Muslim, but yeah. Lectures on German demographics and history. Bro, I failed history. I had a like barely passing grade on my history classes in school. To be fair, basically almost every second year for me, history in Germany, like history classes in Germany, was World War II. It's like, oh, let's talk about some other things. Oh, we haven't talked about World War II in a while. Let's do that again. Which, like, sure, it's important to learn about it. Don't get me wrong. Don't let history repeat itself. It's a big topic, yeah. Obviously. But, like, sure, like, educate people on what happened. Talk about it, have discussions about it in school and all that, but don't have it basically like every year or every second year in history class. There's so much more history in the world. Sure, I guess it's very like local, obviously, like not every country has that same regimen, but like, yeah, we don't have to hear the same things every 2 years. Have it like once or maybe twice, like once during like the early history classes, like 5th, 6th grade, like early on, get like the basics down. And like talk about like the basics of what happened, and then maybe later in like 10th grade, or if you do more like 11th grade or something, have it again and make it a more like mature discussion. But you don't have to do it like every year. Which I felt like it's also just like Germany's still like being ashamed of the history and all, and they really want to drive that point home. It's like, yo, we don't want this shit to happen again. But like at some point, the students are also just gonna lose interest, and they're just not gonna listen. Cause like if it's just the same thing over and over and over, we're getting told like have it like once or twice. It's such a subject. Kind of got conditioned by the pop culture. Germans are in some way synonymous with bad guys you shoot at in video games. Oh yeah. How does it feel from innate? I mean, it gets a bit annoying, obviously, because like, yeah, it's a big part of our history, but it's not our only history. So I sometimes just get tired of that trope. Again, I want to preface again, it is important to talk about it and have discussions about that, but the education system doesn't, it feels like they're just shoving it basically down our throats, like, oh, did you know, please learn this, did you know? It's like, conquer every country. I don't know, but I think that's enough politics talk here now, guys. We're here to... No, you're good. You're good. It's so fine. Hey, Otaku. I'll just say, like, we've had a little bit of a discussion here, which is fair, which is fine. But this is supposed to be being a reading stream now, so we should probably stop bringing topic, those topics up, and so we can start focusing on the book in a second here. How's the stream going? Oh, it's been going all right. We're just chilling. We're just talking. Just a little bit of chatting before we start with the book. Oh no, always. You're totally fine. You're absolutely fine. I mean, I opened that discussion, and now I'm closing the discussion. Nothing wrong with that. You guys are totally fine. Just, you know, want to start like shifting the focus more on what actually is supposed to be the topic today, which is the second book of this amazing series we started 2 weeks ago. 1 second. All right. So 2 weeks ago, and then last week we finished it. We did A Darker Shade of Magic. Opening the bag of Doritos, let's go. So, A Darker Shade of Magic, which was the first book of a trilogy, which I read the first and second book years ago. I have all three here, but I've never finished the third. So this is also a great excuse for me to finally start reading the third book whenever we're getting to that. But yeah, we finished the first book last week. So today, as you can already see on the top, reading this, the title of the second one is A Gathering of Shadows. And 1 weekend at a time. We're going to Black London this time. I mean, we ended on, well, like Kel and Lila parting ways. Lila, I guess, going on her own adventure. And Holland with the stone. Yeah, the Astrid, like the Dane twins are dead. So there's currently no ruler in White London. And then Holland being sent to Black London with the stone, barely alive. And who knows what will happen to him. We don't know. It's been a while since I read this. So, God, this is so much thicker. Holy fuck. Like, I've been holding the other book in my hands for the reading streams the entire time. And, like, this one just feels so much more chunky. It's such a chunky book. So I think the last one had like 386 pages or something. If I could say that, same. Like 386 or something. This one, or like 368, something like that. This one has 508. That's a chonker of a book. Oh, we have a little quote here from the head priest of the London Sanctuary, Tieran, Kel's master at the beginning here. And it is, magic and magician must between them balance. Magic itself is chaos. The magician must be calm. A fractured self is a poor vessel for power. Spelling power without focus or measure from every crack. Ooh, I like where this is already heading. Chapter 1 is called Thief at Sea. I actually got Wayless Edgar's. Let's go. Alright, but yeah, chapter 1. I guess we're starting with some adventures of Lila. Thief at Sea. It's reading time. Oh, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Don't feel bad. Oh, this time we have like little locations dropped in here. Okay. Chapter 1 in the Arnesian Sea. Delilah Bard had a way of finding trouble. She'd always thought it was better than letting trouble find her. But floating in the ocean in a two-person skiff with no oars, no view of land, and no real resources save the ropes binding her wrists, she was beginning to reconsider. The night was moonless overhead, the sea and sky mirroring the starry darkness to every side. Only the ripple of water beneath the rocking boat marked the difference between up and down. The infinite reflection usually made Lila feel like she was perched at the center of the universe. Tonight, adrift, it made her want to scream. Instead, she squinted at the twinkle of lights in the distance, the reddish hue alone setting the craft's lanterns apart from the starlight. And she watched as the ship, her ship, moved slowly but decidedly away. Panic crawled its way up her throat, but she held her ground. I am Delilah Bard, she thought, as the ropes cut into her skin. I am a thief and a pirate and a traveler. I have set foot in 3 different worlds and lived. I have shed the blood of royals and held magic in my hands, and a ship full of men cannot do what I can. I don't need any of you. I am one of a damned kind. Just as the red light of the pirate's flare began to peter out, she saw it. It began as nothing, a tendril of mist on the surface of the sea. But soon, the fog drew itself into the phantom of a ship. The polished black hull and shining black sails reflected the night to every side. The lanterns aboard small and colorless enough to pass for starlight. Only when it drew close enough for the flare's dying red light to dance across the reflective surfaces did the ship come into focus. And by then, it was nearly on top of her. By the flare's sputtering glow, Lila could make out the ship's name, streaked in shimmering paint along the hull. Is Ranesgast, the Copper Thief. Hey Rose, how you doing? Lila's eyes widened in amazement and relief. She smiled a small, private smile, and then buried the look beneath something more fitting. An expression somewhere between grateful and beseeching, with a dash of wary hope. The flare guttered and went out, but the ship was beside her now, close enough for her to see the faces of the men leaning over the rail. Tosa, she called in Anesian, getting to her feet, careful not to rock the tiny, sinking craft. Help! Vulnerability had never come naturally, but she did her best to imitate it as the men looked down at her, huddled there in her little waterlocked boat with her bound wrists and her soggy green dress. She felt ridiculous. Kersla? Asked one, more to the others than to her. What is this? A gift, said another. You'd have to share, muttered a third. A few of the other men said less pleasant things, and Lila tensed, glad that their accents were too full of mud and ocean spray for her to understand all the words, even if she gleaned their meaning. "What are you doing down there?" asked one of them, his skin so dark his edges smudged into the night. Her amnesia was still far from solid, but 4 months at sea surrounded by people who spoke no English had certainly improved it. "Send sun," answered Lila, sinking, which earned a laugh from the gathering crew, but they seemed in no hurry to haul her up. Lila held her hands aloft so they could see the rope. "I could use some help," she said slowly, the wording practiced. "Can't see that," said the man. "Who throws away a pretty thing?" chimed another. "Maybe she's all used up." "Nah." "Hey girl, you got all your bits and pieces?" "Better let us see." "What's with all the shouting?" boomed a voice, and a moment later, a rail-thin man with deep-set eyes and receding black hair came into sight at the side of the ship. The others shied away in deference as he took hold of the wooden rail and looked down at Lila. His eyes raked over her, the dress, the rope, the cask, and the boat. "The captain," she wagered. "You seem to be in trouble," he called down. He didn't raise his voice, but it carried nonetheless, his Arnesian accent clipped but clear. "How perceptive," Lila called back before she could stop herself. The insolence was a gamble, but no matter where she was, the one thing she knew was how to read a mark. And sure enough, the thin man smiled. "My ship's been taken," she continued, "and my new one won't last long. And as you can see..." He cut her off. "Might be easier to talk if you come up here." Lila nodded with a wisp of relief. She was beginning to fear they'd sail on and leave her to drown, which, judging by the crew's lewd tones and lewder looks, might actually be the better option. But down here she had nothing, and up there she had a chance. A rope was flung over the side. The weighted end landed in the rising water near her feet. She took hold and used it to guide her craft against the ship's side, where a ladder had been lowered. But before she could hoist herself up, 2 men came down and landed in the boat beside her, causing it to sink considerably faster. Neither of them seemed bothered. One proceeded to haul up the cask of ale, and the other, much to Lila's dismay, began to haul up her. He threw her over his shoulder, and took every ounce of her control, which had never been plentiful, not to bury a knife in his back, especially when his hands began to wander up her skirt. Lila dug her nails into her palms, and by the time the man finally set her down on the ship's desk beside the waiting cask. "Heavier than she looks," he muttered, "and only half as soft." She'd made 8 small crescents in her skin. "Bastard," growled Lila in English under her breath. He gave her a wink and murmured something about being soft where it mattered, and Lila silently vowed to kill him. Slowly. And then she straightened and found herself standing in a circle of sailors. No, not sailors, of course. Pirates. Grimy, sea-stained, and sun-bleached, their skin darkened, and their clothes faded, each and every one of them with a knife tattooed across his throat, the mark of the pirates of the Copper Thief. She counted 7 surrounding her, 5 tending to the rigging and sails, and assumed another half-dozen below deck. 18, rounded up to 20. The rail-thin man broke the circle and stepped forward. "Solace," he said, spreading his arms. "What my men have in balls, they lack in manners." He brought his hands to the shoulders of her green dress. There was blood under his nails. "You're shaking." "I've had a bad night," said Lila, hoping as she surveyed the rough crew that it wasn't about to get worse. The thin man smiled, his mouth surprisingly full of teeth. Anesh, he said, but you are in better hands now. Lila knew enough about the crew of the Copper Thief to know that that was a lie, but she feigned ignorance. Whose hands would those be? She asked, as the skeletal figure took her fingers and pressed his cracked lips to her knuckles, ignoring the rope still wound tightly around her wrists. Bali's Kaznov, he said, illustrious captain of the Copper Thief. Perfect. Kaznov was a legend on the Arnesian Sea. His crew was small but nimble, and they had a penchant for boarding ships and slitting throats in the darkest hours before dawn, slipping away with their cargo and leaving the dead behind to rot. He may have looked starved, but he was an alleged glutton for treasure, especially the consumable kind, and Lila knew that the Copper Thief was sailing for the northern coast of a city named Sol, in hopes of ambushing the owners of a particularly large shipment of fine liquor. Basil Kaznov, she said, sounding out the name as if she'd never heard it. And you are? Delilah Bart, formerly of the Golden Fish. Formerly? Prompted Kaznov as his men, obviously bored by the fact she was still clothed, began to tap into the cask. Well, Miss Bard, he said, linking his arm through hers conspiratorially. Why don't you tell me how you came to be in that little boat? The sea is no place for a fair young lady such as yourself. Vaskins, she said. Pirates. As if she had no idea the word applied to present company. They stole my ship. It was a gift from my father for my wedding. We were meant to sail toward Faro. We set out 2 nights ago, but they came out of nowhere, stormed the Golden Fish. She'd practiced this speech, not only the words, but the pauses. They killed my husband, my captain, most of my crew. Here, Lila let herself lapse into English. It happened so fast. She caught herself as if the slip were accidental, but the captain's attention snagged, like a fish on a hook. Where are you from? London, said Lila, letting her accent show. A murmur went through the group. She pressed on, intent on finishing her story. The fish was small, she said, but precious. Laden down with a month's supplies, food, drink, money. As I said, it was a gift, and now it's gone. But it wasn't really, not yet. She looked back over the rail. The ship was a smudge of light on the far horizon. It had stopped its retreat and seemed to be waiting. The pirates followed her gaze with hungry eyes. How many men? Asked Kaznov. Enough, she said. 7, 8. The pirates smiled greedily, and Lila knew that what they were thinking. They had more than twice the number, and a ship that hid like a shadow in the dark. If they could catch the fleeing bounty. She could feel Basil Kaznov's deep-set eyes scrutinizing her. She stared back at him and wondered absently if he could do any magic. Most ships were warded with a handful of spells, things to make their lives safer and more convenient. But she had been surprised to find that most of the men she met at sea had little incantation for the elemental arts. Alucard said that magical proficiency was a valued skill, and that true affinity would usually land one gainful employment on land. Magicians at sea almost always focused on the elements of relevance, water and wind, but few hands could turn the tide. And in the end, most still favored good old turn the tide. Good old-fashioned steel, which Lila could certainly appreciate, having several pieces currently hidden on her person. Why did they spare you? Asked Kaznov. Did they? Challenged Lila. The captain licked his lips. He'd already decided what to do about the ship. She could tell. Now he was deciding what to do with her, about her. The copper thieves had no reputation for mercy. Balis, said one of the pirates, a man with skin darker than the rest. He clasped the captain's shoulders and whispered in his ear. Lila could only make out a few of the muttered words. Londoners, rich, and ransom. A slow smile spread across the captain's lips. Anesh, he said with a nod. And then, to the entire gathered crew, sails up, course south by west. We have a golden fish to catch. The men rumbled their approval. My lady, said Cazenove, leading Lila toward the steps. You've had a hard night. Let me show you to my chamber, where you'll surely be more comfortable. Behind her, she heard the sounds of the cask being opened and the ale being poured, and she smiled as the captain led her below decks. 1 second, I got something in my eye. Alright. Cazenove didn't linger, thank God. He deposited her in his quarters, the rope still around her wrists, and vanished again, locking the door behind him. To her relief, she'd only seen 3 men below decks. That meant 15 aboard the copper thief. Lila perched on the edge of the captain's bed and counted to 10, 20, and then 30, as the steps sounded above and the ship banked toward her own fleeing vessel. They hadn't even bothered to search her for weapons, which Lila thought a bit presumptuous as she dug a blade from her boot and, with a single practiced gesture, spun it in her grip and slashed the ropes. They fell to the floor as she rubbed her wrists, humming to herself. A shanty about the sorrows, a phantom set to haunt the wayward ships at night. How do you know when the sorrows is coming? Is coming aboard. Lila took the waist of her dress in 2 hands and ripped. The skirt tore away, revealing close-fitting black pants, holsters pinning a knife above each knee that tapered into her boots. She took the blade and slid it up the corset at her back, slicing the ribbon so she could breathe. When the wind dies away, but still sings in your ears. In your ears, in your head, in your blood, in your bones. She tossed the green skirt onto the bed and slid it open from hem to tattered waist. Hidden among the gossamer were half a dozen thin sticks that passed for boning and looked like flares, but were neither. She slid her blade back into her boot and freed the tapers. When the current goes still, but the ship, it drifts along, drifts on drifts, away drifts alone. Overhead, Lila heard a thud, like dead weight, and then another, and another, as the ale took effect. She took up a piece of black cloth, rubbed charcoal on one side, and tied it over her nose and mouth. When the moon and the stars will hide from the dark, for the dark is not empty at all, for the dark is not empty at all. The last thing Lila took from deep within the folds of the green skirt was her mask. A black, leather-faced piece. Simple, but for the horns that curled with strange and menacing grace over the brow. Lila settled the mask on her nose and tied it in place. How do you know when the sorrows is coming? Is coming aboard. A looking glass, half silvered with age, leaned in the corner of the captain's cabin. She caught herself and she caught her reflection as footsteps sounded on the stairs. Why you don't, and you don't, and you won't see it coming. You won't see it coming at all. Lila smiled behind the mask, and then she turned and pressed her back against the wall. She struck a taper against the wood, the way she had the flares. But unlike flares, no light poured forth, only clouds of pale smoke. An instant later, the captain's door burst open, but the pirates were too late. She tossed the pluming taper into the room and heard footsteps stumble and men cough, before the drugged smoke brought them down. 2 down, thought Lila, stepping over their bodies. 13 to go. That was part 1 of chapter 1. Damn. Lila already at work. Fuck yeah. Deceiving those people. Everything was a plan, it seems like. Fuck yeah. Oh god. She turned into a pirate. I mean, that was her dream. Alright, part 2. No one was steering the ship. It had banked against the waves and was now breaching, being hit sidelong instead of head-on in a way that made the whole thing rock unpleasantly beneath Lila's feet. She was halfway to the stairs before the first pirate barreled into her. He was massive, but his steps were slowed a measure and made clumsy by the drug dissolved in the ale. Lila rolled out his grip. Out of his grip and drove her boot into his sternum, slamming him back into the wall hard enough to crack bones. He groaned and slid down the wooden boards, half a curse across his lips before the toe of her boot met his jaw. His head snapped sideways, then lolled forward against his chest. 12. Each footsteps echoed overhead. She lit another taper and threw it up against the steps just as 3 more men poured below decks. The first saw the smoke and tried to backtrack, but the momentum of the second and third barred his retreat. And soon all 3 were coughing and gasping and crumpling on the wooden stairs. 9. Lila toed the nearest with her boot, and then stepped over and up the steps. She paused at the lip of the deck, hidden in the shadow of the stairs, and watched for signs of life. When she saw none, she dragged the charcoal cloth from her mouth, dragging in deep breaths of crisp winter air before stepping out into the night. The bodies were strewn across the deck. She counted them as she walked, deducting each from the number of pirates aboard. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Lila paused, looking down at the men, and then, over by the rail, something moved. She drew one of the knives from its sheath against her thigh, one of her favorites, a thick blade with a grip guard shaped into metal knuckles, and strode toward the shuffling form, humming as she went. How do you know when the Sauros is coming? The man was crawling on his hands and knees across the deck, his face swollen from the drugged ale. At first, Lila didn't recognize him, but then he looked up and she saw. It was the man who'd carried her aboard. The one with the wandering hands. The one who'd talked about finding her soft places. Stupid bitch, he muttered in Anisian. It was almost hard to understand him, though, through the wheezing. The drug wasn't lethal, at least not in low doses. She hadn't exactly erred on the side of caution with the cask, but it swelled the veins and airways, starving the body of oxygen until the victim passed out. Looking down at the pirate now, with his face puffy and his lips blue and his breath coming out in ragged gasps, she supposed she might have been too liberal in her measurements. The man was currently trying, and failing, to get to his feet. Lila reached down, tangled the fingers of her free hand in the collar of his shirt, and helped him up. "What did you call me?" I said. He wheezed. "Stupid bitch. You'll pay for this. I'm gonna..." He never finished. Lila gave him a sharp shove backward, and he toppled over the rail and crashed down into the sea. "Show the Sorrow some respect," she muttered, watching him fall briefly and then vanish beneath the surface of the tide. "One." She heard the boards behind her groan, and she managed to get her knife up in the instant before the rope wrapped around her throat. Coarse fibers scraped her neck before she sawed herself free, and when she did, she staggered forward and spun to find the captain of the Copper Thief, his eyes sharp, his steps sure. Balis Kazanov had not partaken of the ale with his crew. He tossed the pieces of rope aside, and Lila's grip tightened on her knife as she braced for a fight. But the captain drew no weapon. Instead, he brought his hands out before him, palms up. Lila tilted her head, the horns of the mast tipping toward him. "Are you surrendering?" she asked. The captain's dark eyes glittered, and his mouth twitched. In the lantern light, the knife tattoo across his throat seemed to glint. "No one takes the Copper Thief," he said. His lips moved and his fingers twitched as flames leaped across them. Lila looked down and saw the ruined marking at his feet and knew what he was about to do. Most ships were warded against fire, but he'd broken the spell. He lunged for the nearest sail, and Lila spun the blade in her hand, then threw. It was ill-weighted, with the metal guard on the hilt, and it struck him with the neck instead of the head, and toppled forward, his hands thrown out to break his fall, the conjured fire meeting a coil of ropes instead of sail. It caught hold, but Kazanov's own body smothered most of it when he fell. The blood pouring from his neck extinguished more. Only a few tendrils of flame persisted, chewing their way up the ropes. Lila reached out toward the fire when she closed her fingers into a fist, and the flames died. Lila smiled and retrieved her favorite knife from the dead captain's throat, wiping the blood from the blade on his clothes. She was sheathing it again when she heard a whistle, and she looked up to see her ship, the Night Spire, drawing up beside the Copper Thief. Men had gathered along the rail, and she crossed the width of the thief to greet them, pushing the mask up into her brow. Most of the men were frowning, but in the center, a tall figure stood, wearing a black sash and an amused smile, his tawny brown hair back and the sapphire in his brow. Alucard Emery, her captain. "Massa Ven," growled the first mate, Strauss in disbelief. "Not fucking possible," said the cook Olo, surveying the bodies scattered across the deck. Handsome Vasri and Tavestronask, who went simply by Tav, both applauded. Kobus watched with crossed arms, and Lenos gaped like a fish. Lila relished the mixture of shock and approval as she went to the rail and spread her arms wide. "Captain," she said cheerfully, "it appears I have a ship for you." Alucard smiled. "It appears you do." A plank was laid between the two vessels, and Lila strode deftly across it, never once looking down. She landed on the deck of the Night Spire and turned toward the lanky young man with shadows beneath his eyes, as if he'd never slept. "Pay up, Lenos." His brow crinkled. "Captain," he pleaded with a nervous laugh. Alucard shrugged. "You make the bed," he said. "You and Strauss," he added, nodding to his first mate, a brutish man with a beard. "Your own heads and your own coin." And they had. Sure, Lila had boasted that she could take the copper thief herself, but they'd been the ones to bet she couldn't. It had taken her nearly a month to buy enough of the drug for the tapers and ale, and a little every time her ship had docked. It was worth it. "But it was a trick," countered Lenos. "Fools," said Olo, his voice low, thunderous. "She clearly planned it," grumbled Strauss. "Yeah," said Lenos. "How were we supposed to know she'd been planning it?" "You should have known better than to gamble with Bard in the first place." I love the crew's voices. I'm just kind of making them up right now. I'm probably gonna like mix them all up again, but like who knows? Yeah, should have known better than to gamble with Bard in the first place. Alucard met her gaze and winked. "Rules are rules, and unless you want to be left with the bodies on that ship, when we're done, I suggest you pay my thief her due." Strauss dragged the purse from his pocket. "How did you do it?" he demanded, shoving the purse into her hands. "Doesn't matter," said Lila, taking the coin. "Only matters that I did." Lenos went to forfeit his own purse, but she shook her head. "That's not what I bet for, and you know it." Lenos proceeded to slouch even lower than usual as he unstrapped the blade from his forearm. "Don't you have enough knives?" he grumbled, his lips thrust forward in a pout. Lila's smile sharpened. "No such thing," she said, wrapping her fingers around the blade. "Besides," she thought, "this one is special." She'd been coveting the weapon since she first saw Lenos use it, back in Korma. "I'll win it back from you," he grumbled. Lila patted his shoulder. "You can try." "Anech!" boomed Alucard, pounding his hand on the plank. "Enough standing around, Spires. We've got a ship to sack. Take it all. I want those bastards left waking up with nothing in their hands but their own cocks." The men cheered, and Lila chuckled despite herself. She'd never met a man who loved his job more than Alucard Emery. He relished it the way children relish a game. The way men and women relish acting, throwing themselves into their plays with glee and abandon. There was a measure of theater to everything Alucard did. She wondered how many other parts he could play, wondered which, if any, were not a part, but the actor beneath. His eyes found hers in the dark. They were a storm of blue and gray, at times bright and at others almost colorless. He tipped his head wordlessly in the direction of his chambers, and she followed. Alucard's cabin smelled, as it always did, of summer wine and clean silk and dying embers. He liked nice things. That much was obvious. But unlike collectors or boasters who put their fineries on display only to be seen and envied, all of Alucard's luxuries looked thoroughly enjoyed. "Well, Bard," he said, sliding into English as soon as they were alone, "are you going to tell me how you managed it?" What fun would that be? She challenged, sinking into one of the two high-backed chairs before his hearth, where a pale fire blazed, as it always did, and two short glasses sat on the table, waiting to be filled. Mysteries are always more exciting than truths. Alucard crossed to the table and took up a bottle, while his white cat Isa, or ESA, I don't know, like Isa, appeared and brushed against Lila's boot. Are you made of anything but mysteries? Were there bats? She asked, ignoring both him and the cat. Of course, said Alucard, uncorking the bottle. All kinds of small wagers. Whether you drown, whether the thief would actually pick you up, whether we'd find anything left of you if they did. He poured amber liquid into the glasses and held one out to Lila. She took it, and as she did, he plucked the horned mask off her head and tossed it onto the table between them. It was an impressive performance, he said, sinking into his own chair. Those aboard who didn't fear you before tonight surely do now. Lila stared into the glass, the way some stared into fire. There were some aboard who didn't fear me. There were some aboard who didn't fear me? She asked archly. Some of them still call you the Sorrows, you know. He rambled on. When you're not around, they say it in a whisper, as if they think you can't hear. Maybe I can. She rolled the glass between her fingers. There was no clever retort, and she looked up from her glass and saw Alucard watching her, as he always did, searching her face the way thieves search pockets, trying to turn something out. Well, he said at last, raising his glass. To what should we toast? To the Sorrows? To Ballas Cousinov and his copper fools? To handsome captains and elegant ships? But Lila shook her head. No, she said, raising her glass with a sharpened smile. To the best thief. Alucard laughed, soft and soundless. To the best thief, he said. And then he tipped his glass to hers, and they both drank. That was part 2. Best thief, best girl, absolutely. We love Lila Bard. Now we're making a jump in time a little bit. Part 3. 4 months ago in Red London. Walking away had been easy. Not looking back was harder. Lila had felt Kel watching as she strode away, stopping only when she was out of sight. She was alone again, free to go anywhere, be anyone. But as light ebbed, her bravado began to falter. Night dragged itself across the city, and she began to feel less like a conqueror, and more like a girl alone in a foreign world with no grasp of the language and nothing in her pockets, save for Kel's parting gift, an element set. Her silver watch, and a handful of coins she'd nicked from a palace guard before she left. Of course she did. She'd had less, to be sure, but she'd also had more. And she knew enough to know she wouldn't make it far, not without a ship. She clicked the pocket watch open and closed, and watched the outlines of the craft bob on the river, the aisle's red glow more marked in the settling dark. She had her eyes on one ship in particular, had been watching, coveting all day. It was a gorgeous vessel, its hull and masts covered from dark wood and trimmed in silver. Its sails shifting from midnight blue to black, depending on the light. A name ran along its hull. Saren Noche. She would later learn that it meant Night Spire. For now, she only knew that she wanted it. But she couldn't simply storm a fully manned craft and claim it as her own. She was good, but she wasn't that good. And then there was the grim fact that Lila didn't technically know how to sail. So she leaned against the smooth stone wall, her black attire blending into the shadows, and watched the gentle rocking of the boat and the noise of the night market farther up the bank, drawing her into a kind of trance. A trance that broke when half a dozen men stomped off the ship's deck and down the plank in heavy boots, coins jingling in their pockets, raucous laughter in their throats. The ship had been preparing for sea all day, and the men had a manic enthusiasm that spoke of a last night on land. They looked eager to enjoy it. One kicked up a shanty and the others caught it, carrying the song with them toward the taverns. Lila snapped the pocket watch closed, pushed off the wall and followed. She had no disguise, only her clothes, which were a man's cut, but her dark hair, which fell into her eyes, and her own features, which drew into sharp lines. Lowering her voice, she hoped that she could pass for a slender young man. Masks could be worn in darkened alleys and to masquerade balls, but not in taverns, not without drawing more attention than they were worth. The men ahead disappeared into an establishment. It had no obvious name, but the sign above the door was made of metal, a shimmering copper that twisted and curled into waves around a silver compass. Lila smoothed her coat, turned up its collar, and went inside. The smell hit her at once. Not foul or stale, like the dockside taverns she'd known, or flower-scented like the Red Royal Palace, but warm and simple and filling. The aroma was fresh stew mixing with tendrils of pipe smoke and the distant salt of sea. Fires burned in corner hearths, and the bar stood not along the one wall, but in the very center of the room. A curved metal circle that mimicked the compass on the door. It was an incredible piece of craftsmanship. A single piece of silver, its spokes trailing off toward the four hearths' fires. This was a sailor's tavern unlike any she'd ever seen, with hardly any bloodstains on the floor or fights threatening to spill out onto the street. The Baron Tide, back in Lila's London, no, not hers, not anymore, had serviced a far rougher crowd. But here, half the men wore royal colors, clearly in the service of the crown. The rest were an assortment, but none bore the haggard look and the hungry eyes of desperation. Many, like the men she'd followed in, were sea-tanned and weather-worn, but even their boots looked polished and their weapons well-sheathed. Lila let her hair fall in front of her blind eye, wrangled a quiet arrogance, and sauntered up the counter. "Avon," said the bartender, a lean man with friendly eyes. A memory hit her. Baron back at the stone's throw, with a stern warmth and stoic calm, but she got her guard up before the blow could land. She slid onto the stool, and the bartender asked her a question. And even though she didn't know the words, she could guess at their meaning. She tapped the near empty glass of a beverage beside her, and the man turned away to fetch the drink. It appeared an instant later, a lovely, frothing ale, the color of sand, and Lila took a long, steadying sip. A quarter turn around the bar, a man was fiddling absently with his coins, and it took Lila a moment to realize he wasn't actually touching them. The metal wound its way around his fingers and under his palms as if by magic, which of course it was. Another man around the other side snapped his fingers and lit his pipe with the flame that hovered at the tip of his thumb. The gestures didn't startle her, and she wondered at that. Only a week in this world, and it seemed more natural to her than Grey London ever had. She turned in her seat and picked out the men from the Night Spire, now scattered around the room. 2 talking beside a hearth, 1 being drawn by a well-endowed woman into the nearest shadow, and 3 settling in to play a card game with a couple of sailors in red and gold. You're a wizard, Lila. One of these 3 caught Lila's eye, not because he was particularly good looking. He was in fact quite ugly, from what she could see through the forest of hair across his face, but because he was cheating. At least she thought he was cheating. She couldn't be certain, since the game seemed to have suspiciously few rules. Still, she was certain she'd seen him pocket a card and produce another. His hand was fast, but it's not as fast as her eye. She felt the challenge tickle her nerves as her gaze trailed from the fingers to his seat on the low stool, where his purse rested on the wood. The purse was tethered to his belt by a leather strap and looked heavy with coins. Lila's hand drifted to her hip, where a short, sharp knife was sheathed, and she drew it free. "Reckless," whispered a voice in her head, and she was rather disconcerted to find that where once the voice had sounded like Baron, it now sounded like Kel. She shoved it aside, her blood rising from the risk, only to halt sharply when the man turned and looked straight at her. No, not at her, at the barkeep just behind her. He gestured to the table in the universal signal of, "More drinks." Lila finished her drink and dropped a few coins on the counter, watching as the barkeep loaded rounds of drinks into the tray, and a second man appeared to carry the order to its table. She saw her chance. She got to her feet. The room swayed once in the wake of the ale, the drink stronger than she was used to, but it quickly settled. She followed the man with the tray, her eyes fixed on the door behind him, even as her boot caught his heel. He stumbled and managed to save his own balance, but not the trays. Drinks and glasses tumbled forward onto the table, sweeping half the carts away on the crest of spilled ale. The group erupted, cursing and shouting and pushing to their feet, trying to salvage coin and cloth. And by the time the sorry servant could turn to see who tripped him, the hem of Lila's black coat was already vanishing through the door. Lila ambled down the street, the gambler's stolen purse hanging from one hand. Being a good thief wasn't just about fast fingers. It was about turning situations into opportunities. She hefted the purse, smiling at its weight. Her blood sang triumphantly. And then behind her, someone shouted. She turned to find herself face to face with the bearded fellow she'd just robbed. She didn't bother denying it. She didn't know enough Arnesian to try, and the purse was still hanging from her fingers. Instead, she pocketed the take and prepared for a fight. The man was twice her size across and a foot taller, and between one step and the next, a curved blade appeared in his hands, a miniature version of a scythe. He said something to her, a low grumble of an order. Perhaps he was giving her a chance to leave the stolen prize and walk away intact, but she doubted his wounded pride would allow that. And even if it did, she needed the money enough to risk it. People survived by being cautious, but they got ahead by being bold. "Finders keepers," she said, watching surprise light up the man's features. "How?" Kel had warned her that English had a purpose and a place in this world. It lived among royals, not pirates. If she was going to make it at sea, she'd have to mind her tongue until she learned a new one. The bearded man muttered something, running a hand along the curve of his knife. It looked very, very sharp. Lila sighed and drew her own weapon, a jagged blade with a handle fitted for a fist, its metal knuckles curved into a guard. And then, after considering her opponent again, she drew a second blade, the short, sharp one she'd used to nick the purse. You know, she said in English, since there was no one else around her to hear, you can still walk away from this. The bearded man spat a sentence at her that ended with pilse. It was one of the only Anisian words Lila knew. And she knew it wasn't nice. She was still busy being offended when the man lunged. Lila leaped back and caught the scythe with both blades, the sound of metal on metal ringing shrilly through the night. Even with the slosh of the sea and the noise of the taverns, they wouldn't be alone for long. She shoved off the blade, fighting to regain her balance, and jerked away as he slashed again, this time missing her throat by a hair's breadth. Lila ducked and spun and rose, catching the scythe's newest slash with her main knife, the weapons sliding until the blades fetched up against her dagger's guard. She twisted the knife free and came over the top of the scythe, slamming the metal knuckles of her grip into the man's jaw. Before he could recover, she came under with the second blade and buried it between his ribs. He coughed, blood streaking his beard, and went to slash at her with his remaining strength. But Lila forced the assaulting weapon up, through organ and behind bone, and at last the man's scythe tumbled away and his body went slack. For an instant, another death flashed in her mind. Another body on her blade. A boy in a castle. In a bleak white world. Not her first kill, but the first that stuck. The first that hurt. The memory flickered and died. And she was back on the docks again. The guilt bleeding out with the man's life. It had happened so fast. She pulled free and let him collapse to the street, her ears still ringing from the clash of blades and the thrill of the fight. She took a few steadying breaths and then turned to run, and found herself face to face with the 5 other men from the ship. A murmur passed through the crew. Weapons were drawn. Lila swore beneath her breath, her eyes straying for an instant to the palace arcing over the river behind them, as a weak thought flickered through her. She should have stayed. Could have stayed. Would have been safe. But Lila tamped it out and clutched her knife. She was Delilah Bart, and she would live or die on her own damn. And then a fist connected with her stomach, shattering the train of thought. A second colliding with her jaw. Lila went down hard on the street, one knife skittering from her grip as her vision was shattered by starbursts. She fought to her hands and knees, clutching the second blade, but a boot came down hard on her wrist. Another met her ribs. Something caught her in the side of the head, and the world slipped out of focus for several long moments. Shuddering back into shape, only as strong hands dragged her to her feet. A sword came to rest under her chin, and she braced herself, but her world didn't end with a bite of the blade. Instead, a leather strap, not unlike the one she'd cut to free the purse, was wrapped around her wrist and cinched tight, and she was forced down the docks. The men's voices filled her head with static, one word bouncing back and forth more than the rest. Casero. She didn't know what it meant. She tasted blood, but she couldn't tell if it was coming from her nose or her mouth or her throat. It wouldn't matter. If they were planning to dump her body in the Isle, unless that was sacrilegious, which made Lila wonder what people here did with their dead. But after several moments of heated discussion, she was marched up the plank onto the ship she'd spent all afternoon watching. She heard a thud and looked back to see a man set the bearded corpse on the plank. Interesting, she thought dully. The men didn't carry it aboard. All the while, Lila held her tongue, and her silence only seemed to rattle the crew. They shouted at each other and at her. More men appeared. More calls for Casero. Lila wished she'd had more than a handful of days to study Amnesian. Did Casero mean trial, death, murder? And then a man strode across the deck, wearing a black sash and an elegant hat, a gleaming sword and a dangerous smile. And the shouting stopped, and Lila understood. Casero means captain. The captain of the Night Spire was striking, and strikingly young. His skin was sea-tanned but smooth. His hair, a rich brown threaded with brass, was pinned back with an elegant clasp. His eyes, a blue so dark they were almost black, went from the body on the plank to the crowd of gathered men to Lila. A sapphire glittered in his left brow. Kersla? He asked. The five who dragged Lila on board broke into noise. She didn't even try to follow along and pick out words as they railed on around her. Instead, she kept her eyes on the captain and thought he was obviously listening to their claims. He kept his eyes on her. When they'd burned themselves out, the captain began to interrogate her, or at least ramble at her. He didn't seem particularly angry, simply put out. He pinched the bridge of his nose and spoke very fast, obviously unaware of the fact she didn't know more than a few words of Venetian. Lila waited for him to realize, and eventually he must have recognized the emptiness in her stare for lack of comprehension, because he trailed off. Shast, he muttered under his breath, and then started again, slowly trying out several other languages, each either more guttural or more fluid than Arnesian, hoping to catch the light of understanding in her eyes, but Lila could only shake her head. She knew a few words of French, but that probably wouldn't help her in this world. There was no France here. Anesh, said the captain at last, an Arnesian word that was far as Lila could tell was a general sound of assent. Ta, he pointed at her. Vasar. He drew a line across his throat. Mas. He pointed at himself. Eran Gast. With that, he pointed at the body of the man she'd gutted. Gast, she knew that word already, which meant thief. Tas Vasar mas eran Gast. You killed my best thief. Lila smiled despite herself, adding the new words to her meager arsenal. Vasar es, he said to one of the men, pointing at Lila. Kill her, or perhaps kill him, since Lila was pretty sure they hadn't figured out that she was a girl. And she had no intention of informing them. She might have been a long way from home, but some things didn't change, and she'd rather be a man even if it meant a dead one. And the crew seemed to be gunning for that end, as a murmur of approval went through the group, punctuated by Vasar. The captain ran a hand over his hair, obviously considering it. He raised a brow at Lila as if to say, well, what would you have me to do? Or what would you have me do? Lila had an idea. It was a very stupid idea. But a stupid idea was better than no idea, at least in theory. So she dragged the words into shape and delivered them with her sharpest smile. Okay, 1 second, guys. Nas, she said slowly. An to eran gast. No, I am your best thief. She held the captain's gaze when she said it, her chin high and proud. The others grumbled and growled, but to her, it didn't matter, didn't exist. The world narrowed to Lila and the captain of the ship. His smile was almost imperceptible, the barest quirk of his lips. Others were less amused by her show. Two of them advanced on her, and in the time it took Lila to retreat, a matching step, she had another knife in hand. Which was a feat, considering the leather strap that bound her wrists. The captain whistled, and she couldn't tell if it was an order for his men, or a sound of approval. But it didn't matter. A fist slammed into her back, and she staggered forward into the captain, who caught her wrists and pressed a groove between her bones. Pain shot up her arm, and the knife clattered to the deck. She glared up into the captain's face. It was only inches from her own, and when his eyes bore into hers, she felt them searching. Eran Gast, he said. Anesh. And then to her surprise, the captain let her go. He tapped his coat. Kasero Alucard Emery, he said, drawing out the syllables. And then he pointed at her with a questioning look. But, she said. He nodded once, thinking, and then turned to his waiting crew. He began addressing them, the words too smooth and fast for Lila to decipher. He gestured to the body on the plank and then to her. The crew did not seem pleased, but the captain was the captain for a reason, and they listened. And when he was finished, they stood, still and sullen. Captain Emery turned and made his way back across the deck to a set of stairs that plunged into the ship's hull. Hey Mitchell, how are you doing? Where was I? Doing well, that's good to hear. When his boot touched the first step, he stopped and looked back with a new smile, this one sharp. Nas Vasar, he ordered, no killing. And then he gave Lila a look that said, good luck, and vanished below decks. The men wrapped the body in canvas and set it back on the dock. Superstition, she guessed, about bringing the dead aboard. A gold coin was placed on the man's forehead, perhaps as payment for disposal. From what Lila could tell, Red London wasn't a particularly religious place. If these men worshipped anything, they worshipped magic, which he supposed would be heresy back in Grey London. But then again, Christians worshipped an old man in the sky, and if Lila had to say which one seemed more real at the moment, she'd have to side with magic. Luckily, she'd never been devout, never believed in higher powers, never attended church, never prayed before bed. In fact, the only person Lila ever prayed to was herself. She considered nicking the gold coin, but God or not, that seemed wrong. So she stood on the deck and watched the proceedings with resignation. It was hard to feel bad about killing the man. He would have killed her. And none of the other sailors seemed terribly broken up over the loss itself. But then again, Lila supposed she was in no place to judge a person's words by who would miss them. I mean, it's Lila. I'm not surprised. Not with the closest thing she'd had to family, rotting a world away. Who had found Baron? Who had buried him? She shoved the questions down. They wouldn't bring him back. The huddle of men trudged back aboard. One of them walked straight up to Lila, and she recognized her knuckle-hilted dagger in his grip. He grumbled something under his breath, then raised the knife and buried its tip in a crate beside her head. To his credit, it wasn't in her head, and to hers, she didn't flinch. She brought her bound wrists around the blade and pulled down with a single sharp motion, freeing herself from the cord. She needs a therapist. Yeah. I mean, she's been through a lot. The ship was almost ready to set sail, and Lila appeared to have earned a place on it. Though she wasn't entirely sure if it was prisoner, cargo, or crew. A light rain began to fall, but she stayed on deck and out the way of the Night Spire's cast off, her heart racing as the ship drifted out into the middle of the isle and turned its back on the glittering city. Lila gripped the rail at the spire's stern and watched red London shrink in the distance. She stood until her hands were stiff with cold, and the madness of what she was doing settled in her bones. Then, the captain barked her name, Bart, and pointed at a group struggling with the crates. She went to lend a hand, and just like that, only not just like that, of course, but there were many taut knights and fights won, first against and then beside the other men, and blood spilled and ships taken. Lila Bard became a member of the Night Spire's crew. Part 4. Once aboard the Night Spire, Lila barely said a word. Kel would have been thrilled. She spent every moment trying to learn Anesian, cobbling together a vocabulary, but as fast as she was on the uptake, it was still easier to simply listen than engage. The crew spent a fair amount of time tossing words her way, trying to figure out her native tongue, but it was Alucard Emery who found her out. Lila had only been on board a week when the captain stumbled across her one night cussing at Castor, her flintlock, for being a waterlogged piece of shit with its last bullet jammed into the barrel. Well, this is a surprise. Lila looked up and saw Alucard standing there. At first, she thought her Arnesian must be improving, because she understood his words without thinking. But then she realized he wasn't speaking Arnesian. He was speaking English. Not only that, but his accent had the crisp enunciation and smooth execution of someone fluent in the royal tongue. Not like the court climbers who fumbled over words, offering them up like a party trick. No, like Kel or Rai, someone who had been raised with it balanced on their lips. A world away in the gray streets of Lila's old city, that fluency would mean little, but here it meant neither of them were simple sailors. In a last-ditch effort of salvaging her secret, Lila pretended not to understand him. "Oh, don't go dumb on me now, Bard," he said. "You're just becoming interesting." They were alone on the stretcher ship, tucked beneath the lip of the upper deck. Lila's fingers drifted to the knife at her waist, but Alucard held up a hand. "Why don't we take this conversation to my chambers?" he asked, eyes glinting. "Unless you want to make a scene." Lila supposed it would be better not to slit the captain's throat in plain sight. No, it could be done in private. The moment they were alone, Lila spun on him. "You speak She started and then caught herself. "High Royal?" That was what they called it here. She's allergic to vulnerability. Yeah. "Obviously," said Alucard before sliding effortlessly into Arnesian. But it is not my native tongue. Tak, countered Lila in the same language. Who says it is mine? Alucard gave her a playful grin and returned to English. First, because your Arnesian is awful, he chided. And second, because it's the law of the universe that all men swear in their native tongue. And I must say, your usage was quite colorful. Lila clenched her teeth, annoyed at her mistake as Alucard led her into his cabin. It was elegant but cozy, with a bed in a nook along one wall and a hearth along the other. 2 high-backed chairs before a pale fire. A white cat lay curled on a dark wooden desk, like a paperweight atop the maps. It flicked its tail at their arrival and opened one lavender eye as Alucard crossed to the desk. Riffling through some papers, he scratched the cat absently behind the ears. Issa, he said, by way of introduction, mistress of my ship. His back was to Lila now, and her hand drifted once more to the knife at her hip. But before she could reach the weapon, Alucard's fingers twitched and the blade jumped from its sheath and flew into his hand, hilt striking against his palm. He hadn't even looked up. Lila's eyes narrowed. In the week she'd been aboard, she hadn't seen anyone do magic. Alucard turned toward her now with an easy grin, as she hadn't been about to assault him. He tossed the knife casually onto the desk. The sound made Issa flick with the tail again. You can kill me later, he said, gesturing the 2 chairs before the fire. First, let's talk. A decanter sat on the table between the chairs, along with 2 glasses, and Alucard poured a drink the color of berries and held it out to Lila. She didn't take it. Why? She asked. Because I'm fond of High Royal, he said, and I miss having someone to speak it with. It was a sentiment Lila understood. The sheer relief of talking after so long silent was like stretching muscles after poor sleep, working the stiffness out. I wouldn't want it to rust while I'm out at sea. He sank into one of the chairs and downed the drink himself, the gem in his brow glinting at the hearth light. He tipped the empty glass at the other chair, and Lila considered him and her options, then lowered herself into it. The decanter of purple wine sat on the table between them. She poured herself a glass and leaned back, imitating Alucard's posture. Her drink braced on the arm of the chair. Legs stretched out, boots crossed at the ankle. The picture of nonchalance. He twisted one of his rings absently. A silver feather curled into a band. Lila yaps, but still handsome as fuck. For a long moment, they considered each other in silence, like 2 chess players before the first move. Lila had always hated chess, never had the patience for it. Alucard was the first to move, the first to speak. Who are you? I told you, she simply said. My name is Bard. Bard, he said. There's no noble house by that name. Which family do you truly hail from? The Rosek, the Kazhin, the Loreni? Lila snorted soundlessly but didn't answer. Alucard was making an assumption, the only assumption an Anesian would make. That because she spoke English, or High Royal, she must be noble. A member of the court taught to flash English like jewels, intent on impressing a royal, claiming a title, a crown. She pictured the Prince Rai with his easy charm and flirtatious air. She could probably have kept his attention if she'd wanted to, and then her thoughts drifted to Kel, standing like a shadow behind the flamboyant heir. kill with his reddish hair and his black eye and his perpetual frown. Fine, cut in Alucard. An easier question. Do you have a first name, Miss Bard? Lila rose a brow. Yes, I know you're a woman. You might actually pass for a very pretty boy back to court. But the kind of men who work on ships tend to have a bit more muscle, she ventured. I was going to say facial hair. Lila smirked despite herself. How long have you known? Since you came aboard. But you let me stay? I found you curious. Alucard refilled his glass. Tell me, what brought you to my ship? Your men? But I saw you that day. You wanted to come aboard. Lila considered him and then said, I liked your ship. It looked expensive. Oh, it is. I was going to wait for the crew to go ashore and then kill you and take the Spire as my own. How candid, he drawled, sipping his wine. Lila shrugged. I've always wanted a pirate ship. At that, Alucard laughed. What makes you think I'm a pirate, Miss Bard? Lila's face fell. She didn't understand. She'd seen them take a ship just the day before, even though she'd been confined to the Spire, had watched from the nest as they fought, and raided and sailed on with a fresh bounty. What else would you be? I'm a privateer, he explained, lifting his chin. In the service of the good Anisian crown. I sail by the permission of the Maresh. I monitor their seas and take care of any trouble I find on them. Why do you think my High Royal is so polished? Oh wait, he's serving the Maresh. He's an independent contractor. The Maresh are Rai's family. Damn. So he's working for Rai and... Lila swore under her breath. No wonder the men had been welcome in the tavern with the compass. They were proper sailors. Her heart sank a little at that idea. But you don't fly royal colors, she said. I suppose I could. Then why don't you? She snapped. He shrugged. Less fun, I suppose. He offered her a new smile, a wicked one. And as I said, I could fly royal colors if I wanted to be attacked at every turn or scare away my prey. But I'm quite fond of the vessel, and I don't care to see it sunk. Nor do I care to lose my post for lack of anything to show. No, the Spires prefer a more subtle form of infiltration. But we are not pirates. He must have seen Lila deflate, because he added, Come now, don't look so disappointed, Miss Bard. It doesn't matter what you call it, piracy or privateering. It's just a difference of letters. The only thing that really matters is that I'm captain of the ship, and I intend to keep my post and my life. Which begs the question of what to do with you. That man you knifed on the first night, Bells. The only thing that saved your skin was the fact that you killed him on land and not at sea. These are rules. There are rules on ships, Bard. If you'd spilled his blood aboard mine, I'd have no choice but to spill yours. Still could have, she observed. Your men certainly wouldn't have objected, so why did you spare me? The question had been eating at her ever since that first night. I was curious, he said, staring into the calm white light of the hearth fire. Besides, he added, his dark eyes flicking back toward her, I've been looking for a way to get rid of bells for myself for months. The treacherous scum was stealing from me. So suppose you did me a favor, and I decided to return it. Lucky for you, most of the crew hated the bastard anyhow. Issa appeared beside his chair, her large purple eyes staring or glaring at Lila. She didn't blink. Lila was pretty sure cats were supposed to blink. So, Alucard said, straightening, you came aboard intending to kill me and steal my ship. You've had a week, so why haven't you tried? The cat has purple eyes, I guess. A white cat with purple eyes. Lila shrugged. We haven't been ashore. Alucard chuckled. Are you always this charming? Only in my native language. My Arnesian, as you pointed out, leaves something to be desired. Odd, considering that I've never met someone who could speak the court language, but not the common one. He trailed off, obviously wanting an answer. Lila sipped her wine and let the silence thicken. I'll tell you what, he said, when it was clear she wouldn't follow him down that path. Spend the nights with me, and I'll help improve your tongue. Lila nearly choked on the wine at that, then glowered at Alucard. He was laughing. It was an easy, natural sound, though it made the cat ruffle her fur. I didn't mean it like that, he said, regaining his composure. Lila felt as though she were the color of the liquor in her glass. Her face burned. It made her want to punch him. Come, keep me company, he tried again, and I'll keep your secret. And let the crew think you're betting me? Oh, I doubt they think that, he said with a wave of his hand. Lila tried not to feel insulted. And I promise, I want only the pleasure of your conversation. I'll even help you with your Arnesian. Lila wrapped her fingers on the arm of the chair, considering. All right, she said. She got to her feet and crossed to his desk, where her knife was still sat atop the maps. She thought of the way he'd plucked it out of her grip. But I want a favor in return. Funny, I thought the favor was allowing you to remain on my ship, despite the fact that you're a liar, a thief, and a murderer. But please, do go on. Magic, she said, returning the blade to its holster. He raised the sapphire-studded brow. What of it? She hesitated, trying to choose her words. You can do it. And Lila pulled Kel's gift from her pocket and set it on the table. And I want to learn. She was going to have a chance in this new world. She needed to learn its true language. I'm not a very good teacher, said Alucard. But I'm a fast learner. Alucard tipped his head, considering. And then he took up Kel's box and released the clasp, letting it fall open into his palm. What do you want to know? Lila returned to the chair and leaned forward, her elbows on her knees. Everything. Part 5. I guess we're back in the present now at the Arnesian Sea. Lila hummed as she made her way through the belly of the ship. She shoved one hand in her pocket, fingers closing around the shard of white stone she kept there. A reminder. It was late, and the night spire had sailed on from the picked-over bones of the copper thief. The 13 pirates she hadn't killed would be waking soon, only to find their captain dead and their ship sacked. It could be worse. Their throats could have been slit along with those inked blades. But Alucard preferred to let the pirates live. Claiming that catch and release made the seas more interesting. Her body was warm from wine and pleasant company, and as the ship swayed gently beneath her feet, the sea air wrapping around her shoulders and the waves murmuring their song, that lullaby she'd wanted for so long, Lila realized she was happy. A voice hissed in her ear. "Leave." Lila recognized that voice, not from the sea, but from the streets of Grey London. It belonged to her, to the girl she'd been for so many years. Desperate, distrustful of anything that wasn't hers, but her and hers alone. "Leave," it urged, but Lila didn't want to. And that scared her more than anything. She shook her head and hummed the sorrow's song as she reached her own cabin. The chords like a ward against trouble, even though she hadn't found any aboard of her own ship in months. Not that it was her ship, not exactly. Not yet. Her cabin was small, barely big enough for a cot and a trunk, but it was the only place on the ship where she could truly be alone, and the weight of her persona slid from her shoulders like a coat as she closed the door. A single window interrupted the wooden boards of the far wall, moonlight reflecting against the ocean swells. She lifted a lantern from the trunk's top and lit it in her hand with the same enchanted fire that filled Alucard's hearth. The spell wasn't hers, and neither was the magic. Hanging the light on a wall hook, she shucked her boots as well as her weapons, lining them up in the trunk. All save the knuckled knife, which she kept with her. Even though she now had a room of her own, she still slept with her back on the wall and the weapon on her knee, the way she had in the beginning. Old habits. She didn't mind so much. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in years. Life on the Grey London streets had taught her how to rest without ever really sleeping. Beside her weapons sat a small box. Kel had given her that. Beside her weapons sat the small box next. Kel had given her that day. Oh my god, I'm tripping over everything here. It smelled like him, which was to say, it smelled like Red London, like flowers and freshly turned soil. And every time she opened it, some small part of her was relieved that the scent was still there. A tether to the city and to him. She took it with her onto the cot, sitting cross-legged and setting the object on the stiff blanket across her knees. Lila was tired, but this had become part of her nightly ritual, and she knew she wouldn't sleep well, if at all, until she did. The box was made of dark, notched wood, and held shut by a small silver clasp. It was a fine thing, but she would have been able to sell it for a bit of coin. But Lila kept it close. Not out of sentimentality, she told herself. Her silver pocket watch was the only thing she couldn't bring herself to sell, but because it was useful. She slid the silver clasp on the gate, and the game board fell open in front of her, the elements in their grooves. Earth and air, fire and water and bone, waiting to be moved. Lila flexed her fingers. She knew that most people could only master a single element, maybe two, and that she, being of another London, shouldn't be able to master any. But Lila never let odds get in her way. Besides, that old priest, Master Tieran, had told her that she had power somewhere in her bones, that it only needed to be nurtured. Now she held her hands above either side of the drop of oil in its groove, palms in as if she could warm herself by it. She didn't know the words to summon magic. Alucard insisted that she didn't need to learn another tongue, that words were more for the user than the object, meant to help one focus, But without a proper spell, Lila felt silly. Nothing but a mad girl talking to herself in the dark. No, she needed something. And a poem, she had figured, was kind of like a spell. Or at least, it was more than just its words. Tiger, burning bright, she murmured under her breath. She didn't know many poems. Stealing didn't lend itself to literary study, but she knew Blake by heart, thanks to her mother. Lila didn't remember much of the woman, who was more than a decade dead, but she remembered this. Nights drawn to sleep by songs of innocence and of experience. The gentle cadence of her mother's voice rocking her with little waves against the boat. The words lulled Lila now, as they had back then, quieted the storm that rolled inside her head and loosened the thief's knot of tension in her chest. In the forests of night, Lila's palms warmed as she wove the poem through the air. She didn't know if she was doing it right, if there was such a thing as right. If Kel were here, he would probably insist there was, and nag her until she did it. But Kel wasn't here, and Lila figured there was more than one way to make a thing work. In what distant deeps or skies? Perhaps power had to be tended, like Tieran said, but not all things grew in gardens. Plenty of plants grew wild, and Lila had always thought of herself more of a weed than a rosebush. Burnt the fire of thine eyes. The oil in its groove sparked to life, not white like Alucard's hearth, but gold. Lila grinned triumphantly as the flame leaped from the groove into the air between her palms, dancing like molten metal, reminding her of the parade she'd seen that the first day in Red London, when elementals of every kind danced through the streets, fire and water and air like ribbons in their wake. The poem continued in her head as the heat tickled her palms. Kel would say it was impossible. What a useless word in a world of magic. What are you? Kel had asked her once. What am I? She wondered now, as the fire rolled across her knuckles like a coin. She let the fire go out, the drop of oil sinking back into its groove. The flame was gone, but Lila could feel the magic lingering in the air like smoke as she took up her newest knife, the one she'd won off Lenos. It wasn't an ordinary weapon. A month back, when they'd taken a foreign pirate ship called the Serpent off coast of Korma, she'd seen him use it. Now she ran her hand along the blade until she found the hidden notch where the metal met the hilt. She paused. She pushed the clasp, and it released, and the knife performed a kind of magic trick. It separated in her hands, and what had been one blade now became two. Mirror images as thin and straight-edged razors. Lila touched the bead of oil and ran her finger along the backs of both knives. And then she balanced them in her hands, crossed their sharpened edges. Tiger, burning bright, and struck. Fire licked along the metal, and Lila smiled. This she hadn't seen Lenos do. The flames spread until they coated the blades from hilt to tip, burning with golden light. This she hadn't seen anyone do. What am I, one of a kind? And what am I, one of a kind? They said the same thing about Cal, the Red Messenger, the Black-Eyed Prince, the last Antari. But as she twirled the fire-slicked knives in her fingers, she couldn't help but wonder, were they really one of a kind? Or two? She carved a fiery arc through the air, marveling at the path of light trailing like a comet's tail, and remembered the feeling of his eyes on her back as she walked away. Waiting, Lila smiled at the memory. She had no doubt their paths would cross again. And when they did, she would show him what she could do. And with that, chapter 1 of the book is over. Which means we're just going to take a little break here real quick. I always feel like a chapter is always a good way to just have a little bit of a break. Get some drinks, get some stretches in. All that stuff. Thank you for the hydrate, Mitchell. I appreciate it. So, what did you guys think so far of the first chapter, though? Lila actually using fucking magic now? Good magical adventure? Yeah. Finally gave Sprout a new skin. Nice. She really is one of a kind. It's great to see now, though, that she's discovering her magic. And exploring that side more. Because, like, if you consider, like, she's already been fairly dangerous. She already killed the fucking Astrid Dane, a queen in White London that's almost even like completely destroyed Red London without even the use of magic. Now imagine how much more dangerous she will be while also having this magic at her disposal. I mean, like what she just did as well with like dousing the blades in oil and then setting the blades on fire, having fiery blades. Like, damn. Well, Astantari sounds like the last airbender. But hey, so far we know she has an affinity for fire. I'm curious if she can also master other elements. Or if fire is her element. Have you met her? Yeah, she hot. Not her. Oh my god, I just realized I totally forgot to make a Twitter post about being live. Oops. A lack of facial hair gave her away. Good detail from the author. Yeah. Very, very well, good writing. Let me just make a Twitter post, I guess. Garthering of shit. There we go. One more little thing here I need to do. I'm a professional streamer. I know how to advertise my streams and announce stuff. How do you spell Alucard? It's Alucard. Yeah, exactly. Alucard. Like that. Alright. I forgot to do another thing here. I am doing everything wrong right now that I could. There, 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 and then we'll see. There we go. God, I am good at this. There we go. This is fine there. Very streamer, much pro. I know, right? I'm such a good streamer. I'm half-assing everything here, to be fair. Well, I gotta just like take a break here real quick. Just gonna like rest my eyes, stretch, get some fresh air. Toilet break. New Twitch app is ass. It's so weird. I hate it. But yeah. Little break here real quick. Get some snacks, get some drinks. All that stuff, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'm back. No. You guys talking about food here and all that. I'm getting hungry. I had my dinner like 4 hours ago, I think, at this point. Some nice like stir-fried noodles with veggies. You can murder people, it's okay. I don't know about that. I don't think murdering people is okay. I don't think that's okay. Oh, I'm so stupid. There you go. There you go. Am I not grasping the morals of the literature? Yeah, but the literature is fiction. I don't think that would apply to the real world of murdering people. Probably should not be something you should do out here. It could have some big consequences. Well, I guess now we're skipping over to Cal. Because Chapter 2's name is Prince at Large. So I guess it's Cal time? Is it Cal time? Yep. All right. So not recently that on Twitch people stream Brawl Stars. They stream every kind of games here. All right. Part 1. Now we're again in Red London. Kel knelt in the center of the basin. The large circular room was hollowed out of one of the bridge pillars that held up the palace. Set beneath the Isle's current, the faintest red glow from the river permeated the glassy stone walls with eerie light. A concentration circle had been etched into the stone floor, its pattern designed to channel power, and the whole space, wall and air alike, hummed with energy. A deep, resonant sound, like the inside of a bell. Brawl Stars is a mobile game? Well, people can either use like mobile emulators to play it, to show it on PC screen and stream it that way, or they could also like Twitch allows you to just stream your phone screen, I think, as well, so they could just do that. There's a stream of doing Brawl Stars. Yeah, why not? I just stream whatever kind of game I feel like playing. Which right now is probably just Genshin and First Descendant. I should definitely finish Yakuza though, so I can start up a new game. But alright. Kel felt the power welling in him, wanting out. Felt all the energy and the tension and the anger and the fear clawing for escape. But he forced himself to focus on his breathing, to find his center, to make a conscious act of the process that had become so natural. He wound back the mental clock until he was 10 again, sitting on the floor of the monastic cell in the London sanctuary. Master Tieran's steady voice in his head. Magic is tangled, so you must be smooth. Magic is wild, so you must be tame. Magic is chaos, so you must be calm. Are you calm, Kel? Kel rose slowly to his feet and raised his head. Beyond the concentration circle, the darkness twisted and the shadows loomed. In the flickering torchlight, sparring forms seemed to take faces of enemies. Tieran's soothing voice faded from his head, and Holland's cold tone took its place. Do you know what makes you weak? The Antari's voice echoed in his head. Kel stared into the shadows beyond the circle, imagining a flutter of cloak, a glint of steel. You've never had to be strong. The torchlight wavered, and Kel inhaled, exhaled, and struck. He slammed into the first form, toppling it. By the time the shadow fell, Kel was already turning on the second one at his back. You've never had to try. Kel threw out his hand. Water leaped to circle it, and then in one motion sailed toward the figure, turning to ice the instant before it crashed into the form's head. You've never had to fight. Kel spun and found himself face to face with a shadow that took shape of Holland. And you've certainly never had to fight for your life. Once he would have hesitated. Once he had hesitated. But not this time. With a flick of his hand, metal spikes slid from the sheath at his wrist and into his palm. They rose into the air and shot forward, burying themselves in the specter's throat, his heart, and his head. But there was still more shadows. Always more. Kel pressed himself against the basin's curved wall and raised his hands. A small triangle of sharpened metal glinted on the back of his wrist. And when he flexed his hand down, it became a point, and Kel sliced his palm across with it, drawing blood. He pressed his hands together and then pulled them apart. Us, Osoro, he told the blood. Darken. The command rang out, echoing through the chamber, and between his palms the air began to thicken and swirl into shadows as thick as smoke. It billowed forth, and in moments the room was engulfed in darkness. Kel sank back into the cold stone wall of the room, breathless and dizzy from the force of so much magic. Sweat trickled into his eyes, one blue, the other solid black, as he let the silence of the space settle over him. Did you kill them all? The voice came from somewhere behind him. Not a phantom, but flesh and blood. and threaded with amusement. I'm not sure, said Kel. He collapsed the space between his palms, and the veil of darkness dissolved instantly, revealing the room for what it was. An empty stone cylinder, clearly designed for meditation and not combat. The sparring forms were scattered, one burning merrily, another shot full of metal lances. The others, bashed, battered, and broken, could hardly be called training dummies anymore. He closed his hand into a fist, and the fire on the burning dummy went out. Show off, muttered Rye. The prince was leaning in the arched entryway, his amber eyes caught like a cat's by the torchlight. Kel ran a bloody hand through his copper hair as his brother stepped forward, his boots echoing on the stone floor of the basin. Rye and Kel were not actually brothers, not by blood. 1 year Rye senior, Kel had been brought to the Arnesian royal family when he was 5, with no family and no memory. Indeed, with nothing but a dagger and an all-black eye, the mark of an Atari magician. But Rye was the closest thing to a brother Kel had ever known. He would give his life for the prince, and very recently, he had. Rye raised a brow at the remains of Kel's training. I always thought being an Antari meant you didn't need to practice, that it all came. He gestured absently. Naturally. The ability comes naturally, replied Kel. The proficiency takes work. Just as I explained during every one of your lessons. The prince shrugged. Who needs magic when you look this good? Kel rolled his eyes. A table stood at the mouth of the alcove, littered with containers. Some held earth, others sand and oil, and a large bowl of water. He plunged his hands into the latter and splashed his face before his blood could stain the water red. Rye passed him a cloth. Better? Better. Neither was referring to the refreshing properties of the water. The truth was, Kel's blood pulsed with a restless beat, while the thing that coursed within it longed for activity. Something had been roused in him, and it didn't seem intent on going back to sleep. They both knew Kel's visits down to the basin were increasing, both in frequency and in length. The practice soothed his nerves and calmed the energy in his blood, but only for a little while. It was like a fever that broke, only to build again. Rye was fidgeting now, shifting his weight from foot to foot, and when Kel gave him a once-over, he noticed that the prince had traded his usual red and gold for emerald and gray, fine silk for wool, and worn cotton. His gold-buckled boots were replaced by a pair of black leather. What are you supposed to be? He asked. There was a glint of mischief in Rye's eyes as he bowed with a flourish. A commoner, of course. Kel shook his head. It was a superficial ruse. Despite the clothing, Rye's black hair was glossy and combed, his fingers dotted with rings, his emerald coat clasped with pearlescent buttons. Everything about him registered as royal. You still look like a prince. Well, obviously, replied Rye. Just because I'm in disguise doesn't mean I don't want to be recognized. Kel sighed. Actually, he said, that's exactly what it means, or would mean to anyone but you. Rye only smiled, as if it were a compliment. Do I want to know why you are dressed like that? Ah, said the prince. Because we're going out. Kel shook his head. I'll pass. All he wanted was a bath and a drink, both of which were available in the peace of his own chambers. Fine, said Rye. I'm going out. And when I'm robbed and left in an alley, you can tell our parents what happened. Don't forget to include the part where you just stayed home instead of ensuring my safety. Kel groaned. Rye. The last time. But the prince waved off the last time as if it hadn't involved a broken nose, several bribes, and 1,000 linen damages. This will be different, he insisted. No mischief, no mayhem, just a drink at a place befitting our situation. Befitting our station. Come on, Kel, for me. Come on, Kel. For me. I can't spend another minute cooped up planning tournaments while mother second guesses my every choice. And father worries about Faro and Vesk. Kel didn't trust his brother to stay out of trouble, but he could see in the set of Rye's jaw and the glint in his eyes. He was going out, which meant they were going out. Kel sighed and nodded at the stairs. Can I at least stop by my rooms and change? No need, Rye said cheerfully. I've brought you a fresh tunic. He produced a soft shirt, the color of wheat. Clearly, he meant to usher Kel out of the palace before he could change his mind. How thoughtful, muttered Kel, shrugging out of his shirt. He saw the prince's gaze settle on the scar scrawled on his chest, the mirror image of the one over Rye's own heart, a piece of forbidden, irreversible magic. My life is his life. His life is mine. Bring him back. Kel swallowed. He still wasn't used to the design. Once black, now silver, that tethered them together. Their pain, their pleasure, their lives. He pulled on the fresh tunic, exhaling as the mark disappeared beneath the cotton. He slicked his hair back out of his face and turned to Rye. Happy? The prince started to nod, then stopped. Oh, I almost forgot, he said, pulling something out of his pocket. I brought hats! He placed a pale gray cap gingerly on his black curls, taking care to set it at a slight angle so the scattering of green gems shone across the brim. Wonderful, grumbled Kel as the prince reached out and deposited a charcoal-colored cap over Kel's reddish hair. His coat hung from a hook in the alcove, and he fetched it down and shrugged it on. Rye tutted. You'll never blend in looking like that, he said. And Kel resisted the urge to point out that his fair skin, red hair, and black eye, not to mention the word Antari following wherever he went, half prayer and half curse, he would never blend in anywhere. Instead, he said, neither will you. I thought that was the point. I mean the coat, pressed Rye. Black isn't the fashion this winter. Haven't you got something indigo or cerulean hidden away in there? How many coats do you suppose there are inside that one? The memory caught him like a blow. Lila. I prefer this one, he said, pushing the memory of her away. A pickpocket's hand swatted from the folds of a coat. Fine, fine. Rye shifted his weight again. The prince had never been skilled at standing still, but Kel thought he'd gotten worse. There was a new restlessness to his motions, a taut energy that mirrored Kel's, and yet Rye's was different. Manic, dangerous. His moods were darker and their turn sharper, cutting the span of a second. It was all Kel could do to keep up. Are we ready then? Kel glanced up the stairs. What about the guards? Yours or mine? Asked the prince. Yours are standing by the upper doors. Helps that they don't know where there's another way out of this place. As for my own men, they're probably still outside my room. My stealth really is in fine form today. Shall we? The basin had its own route out of the palace, a narrow staircase that curled up one of the structure's supports and onto the bank. The two made their way up, lit only by the reddish dark and pale lanterns that hung sparsely burning with eternal flames. This is a bad idea, said Kel. Not because he expected to change Rye's mind, but simply because it was his job to say it, so that later he could tell the king and queen that he tried. The best kind, said Rye, looping his arm around Kel's shoulders, and with that, the two stepped out of the palace and into the night. Part 2. Other cities slept away the winter months, but Red London showed no signs of retreat. As the two brothers walked the streets, elemental fires burned in every hearth, steam drifting from the chimneys, and through his clouded breath, Kel saw the haloed lights of the night market lining the bank, the scent of mulled wine and stew drifting on the steam, and the streets bustling with scarf-wrapped figures and jewel-toned cloaks. Rye was right. Kel was the only one dressed in black. He pulled the cap down over his brow to shield him less from the cold than the inevitable looks. A pair of young women strolled past, arm in arm, and when one caught a favoring glance at Rye, nearly tripping over her skirts, he caught her elbow. "Ansolaseres nasta," she apologized. "Masmarist," replied Rye in his effortless Arnesian. The girl didn't seem to notice Kel, who still hung a step back, half in the bank's shadow, but her friend did. He could feel her eyes hanging on him, and when he finally met her gaze, he felt a grim satisfaction at her indrawn breath. Avan, said Kel, his voice little more than a fog. Avan, she said, stiffly, bowing her head. Rye pressed his lips to the other girl's gloved fingers, but Kel didn't take his eyes off the one watching him. There had been a time when Arnesians worshipped him as blessed, fell over themselves, trying to bow low enough, while he never relished that display. This was worse. There was a measure of reverence in her eyes, but also fear and, worse, distrust. She looked at him as if he were a dangerous animal, as if any sudden movement might cause him to strike. After all, as far as she knew, he was to blame for the Black Night that had swept the city. The magic that made people's eyes turn as black as his own, as it ate them from the inside out. And no matter what statements the king and queen issued, no matter how many rumors Rye tried to spread to the contrary, everyone believed it was Kel's doing. His fault. And in a way, of course, it was. He felt Rye's hand on the shoulder and blinked. The girls were walking away, arm in arm, whispering furiously. Kel sighed and looked back at the royal palace arcing over the river. This was a bad idea, he said again, but Rye was already off, heading away from the night market and the glow of the Isle. Where are we going? Asked Kel, falling into step behind the prince. It's a surprise. Rye, warned Kel, who had come to hate surprises. Fear not, brother. I promise you an elegant outing, and I plan to deliver. One second. Kel hated the place the moment he saw it. It was called Rakenest Splendor. Ruinously loud and gratuitously colorful. Splendor was a leisure palace where the city's Ostra, their elite, could stave off the coldest months by simply denying their presence. Beyond the silver-plated doors, the winter night evaporated. Inside, it was a summer day. From the fire lanterns burning, sun bright overhead, to the artificial arbor, shading everyone beneath a dappled canopy of green. Stepping from the icy night with its curtain of dark and fog into the expansive, well-lit field, Kel felt suddenly, horribly exposed. He couldn't believe it, but he and Rai were actually underdressed. He wondered if Rai wanted to cause a scandal or a scene, to have his presence challenged. But the attendants at the door either recognized the royal prince or Kel himself, and by extension Rai, since Saints knew no one else could drag the Antari to such a fete, because the two were welcomed in. Kel squinted at the onslaught of activity. Banquet tables were piled with fruit and cheese and pitchers of chilled summer wine, and couples twirled across a blue stone platform made to resemble a pond, while others lounged on pillows beneath the enchanted trees. Wind chimes sang, and people laughed, the high, bright laugh of aristocrats, and toasted their companions with crystal cups, their wealth, like the landscape on display. Perhaps the whole charade would have been enchanting if it weren't so frivolous, so gaudy. Instead, Kel found it insufferable. Red London might have been the jewel of the Arnesian Empire, but it still had poor people and suffering, and yet, here in Splendor, the Ostra could play pretend, craft utopias out of money and magic. And to top it all off, Rai was right. No one else was wearing black, and Kel felt like a stain on a clean tablecloth. He thought of changing his coat, trading out the black for something brighter. He couldn't bring himself to wear any of the peacock shades so in fashion this winter. And as the prince put a hand on his shoulder and ushered him forward, they passed the banquet table, and Rai took up 2 flutes of summer wine. Kel kept his hat on, surveying the room from between the brim of the cap and the rim of the glass Rai pressed into his hands. "You think they've seen through my disguise yet?" mused the prince, keeping his head bowed. "Or are they all too busy preening?" Kel was surprised by the hint of judgment in his brother's tone. "Give it time," he said. "We've only just arrived." But he could feel the knowledge moving like a tremor through the room as Rai led them toward the sofa beneath the tree. The prince sank into the cushions and cast off his hat. His black curls shone, and even without the usual circlet of gold in his hair, everything about him, his posture, his perfect smile, his self-possession, registered as regal. Kel knew he couldn't mimic any of those things. He tried. Rai tossed his hat onto the table, and Kel hesitated, fingering the brim of his own, but kept it on, his only armor against prying eyes. He sipped his drink, and having little interest in the rest of Splendor, considered his brother. He still didn't understand Rai's half-hearted disguise. Splendor was a haunt for the elite, and the elite knew the prince's company better than anyone in the city. They spent months learning the royal tongue just so they could talk their way into his graces. Even though Kel knew Rai would find that habit uncomfortable and unnecessary. But the clothes weren't the only thing that bothered him. Everything about the prince was in its place, and yet... Am I really that good looking? Asked Rai without meeting his gaze, while glassy laughter chimed through the room. You know you are, answered Kel, dragging his attention to the carpet of grass beneath their feet. No one approached their couch save for an attendant, a young woman in a white dress, who asked if there was anything she could do to make their evening more enjoyable. Rai flashed his smile and sent her in search of stronger drink and a flower. Kel watched as the prince stretched his arms along the back of the sofa, his pale gold eyes glittering as he surveyed the room. This was Rai at his most understated, and it was still dreadfully conspicuous. The attendant returning holding a decanter of ruby liquor and a single dark blue blossom. Rai accepted the drink and tucked the flower behind her ear with a smile. Kel rolled his eyes. Some things didn't change. As Rai filled his glass, Kel caught a swell of whispers as more eyes wandered their way. He felt the inevitable weight as the collective gaze shifted from the prince to his companion. Kel's skin crawled under the attention, but instead of ducking his head, he forced himself to meet their eyes. This would be a good deal more fun, observed Rai, if you'd stop scowling at everyone. Kel gave him a withered look. They fear me. They worship you, said Rai with a wave of his hand. The majority of this city thinks you're a god. Kel cringed at the word. Antari magicians were rare, so rare that they were seen by some as divine or chosen. And the rest think I'm a devil. Rai stepped forward. Did you know that in Vesk, they believe you turn the seasons and control the tide and bless the empire? If you're appealing to my ego, I'm simply reminding you that you will always be singular. Kel stilled, thinking of Holland. He told himself that a new Antari would be born or found, eventually, but he wasn't sure if he believed it. He and Holland had been two of a disappearing kind. They had always been rare, but they were rapidly approaching extinct. If it really was the last one? Now, what if it really was the last one? Kel frowned. I would rather be normal. Now it was Rai's turn to wear the withering look. Poor thing. I wonder what it feels like to be out on a pedestal. The difference, said Kel, is that people love you. For every 10 who love me, said Rai, gesturing at the sprawling room, one would like to see me dead. A memory surfaced of the shadows, the men and women who tried to take Rai's life 6 years before, simply to send a message to the crown that they were wasting precious resources on frivolous affairs, ignoring the needs of the people. Thinking of splendor, Kel could almost understand. My point, continued Rai, is that for every 10 who worship you, one wants to see you burn. Those are simply the odds when it comes to people like us. Kel poured himself a drink. This place is horrible, he mused. Well, said Rai, emptying his own glass in one swallow and setting it down with a click on the table. You could always leave. And there it was, in Rai's eye, that glint. And suddenly, Kel suddenly understood the prince's outfit. Rai wasn't dressed for splendor because it wasn't his true destination. You chose this place on purpose. A languorous smile. I don't know what you're talking about. You chose it because you knew I would be miserable here and more likely to cave when you offered to take me someplace else. And you greatly underestimate my capacity for suffering. Suit yourself, said the prince, rising to his feet with his usual lazy grace. I'm going to take a turn around the room. Kel glowered but did not rise. He watched Rai go, trying to emulate the prince's practiced nonchalance as he sat back with his glass. He watched his brother maneuver through the field of people, smiling cheerfully, clasping hands and kissing cheeks, and occasionally gesturing to his outfit with a self-deprecating laugh. Despite his earlier remark, the fact was, Rai fit in effortlessly, as he should, Kel supposed. And yet, Kel loathed the greedy way the Astra eyed the prince. The woman's batting lashes held to little warmth and too much cunning. The men's appraising looks now held too little kindness and too much hunger. One or two shot a glance toward Kel, a ghost of the same hunger, but none were brave enough to approach. Good. Let them whisper. Let them look. He felt a strange and sudden urge to make a scene, to watch their amusement harden into terror at the sight of his power, of his true power. Kel's grip tightened on his glass, and he was about to rise when he caught the edge of a conversation from a nearby party. He didn't mean to eavesdrop. The practice just came naturally. Perhaps the magic in his veins gave him strong ears, or perhaps he'd simply learned to tune them over the years. It became habit when you were so often the topic of whispered debate. I have entered. I could have entered, said a nobleman reclining on a hill of cushions. Come, chided a woman at his elbow. Even if you had the skills, which you do not, you're too late by a measure. The roster has been set. Has it now? Like most of the city, they were talking about the SN Tash, the Element Games. And Kel paid them little mind at first, since the Astra were usually more concerned with the balls and banquets than the competitors. And when they did speak of the magicians, it was in the way people talked of exotic beasts. Well, of course, the list hasn't been posted, continued the woman in a conspiratorial tone, but my brother has his methods. Anyone we know? Asked another man in an airy, unconcerned way. I've heard the victor, Kisimir, is in again. And what of Emery? At that, Kel stiffened, his grip going knuckle white on his glass. Surely it is a mistake, he thought. At the same time, a woman said, Alucard Emery? Yes, I've heard he's coming back to compete. Kel's pulse thudded in his ears, and the wine in his cup began to swirl. That's nonsense, insisted one of the men. You do have an ear for gossip. Emery hasn't set foot on London soil in 3 years. That may be, insisted the woman, but his name is on the roster. My brother's friend has a sister who is messenger to the Aven Essen, and she said... And then a sudden pain lanced through Kel's shoulder, and he nearly fumbled the glass. His head snapped up, searching for the source of the attack at his hand, as his hand went to his shoulder blade. It took him a moment to register that the pain wasn't actually his. It was an echo. Rai. Where was Rai? Kel surged to his feet, upsetting the things on the table as he scanned the room for the prince's onyx hair, his blue coat, He was nowhere to be seen. Kel's heart pounded in his chest, and he resisted the urge to shout Rye's name across the lawn. He could feel eyes shifting towards him, and he didn't care. He didn't give a damn about any of them. The only person in this place, in this city, he cared about was somewhere nearby, and he was in pain. Kel squinted across the too bright field of splendor. The sun lanterns were glaring overhead, but in the distance, the afternoon light of the open chamber tapered off into hallways of darker forest. Kel swore and plunged across the field, ignoring the looks from the other patrons. The pain came again, this time in his lower back, and Kel's knife was out of its sheath as he stormed into the shadowed canopy, cursing the dense trees. The starlight in the branches, the only source of light. The only other thing in these woods were couples entwined. Damn it, he cursed, his pulse raging as he doubled back. He'd learned to keep one of Rye's tokens on him, just in case he was about to draw blood and summon a finding spell when his scar throbbed in a way that told him the prince was close. He twisted around and could hear a muffled voice through the nearest copse. One that might be Rye's. Kel shoved through, expecting a fight, and found something else entirely. There, on a mossy slope, half-dressed Rye was hovering over the girl in white, the blue flower in her hair, his face buried in her shoulder. Across his bare back, Kel could see scratch marks deep enough to draw blood, and a fresh echo of pain blossomed near Kel's hips as her nails dug into Rye's flesh. Kel exhaled sharply, in discomfort and relief, and the girl saw him standing there and gasped. Rye dragged his head up, breathless, and he had the audacity to smile. "You bastard," hissed Kel. "Lover?" wondered the girl. Rye sank back into his heels, and then twisted with a languid grace, reclining on the moss. "Brother," he explained. "Go," Kel ordered the girl. She looked disconcerted, but she gathered her dress around her and left all the same, where Rye got unsteadily to his feet and cast about for his shirt. "I thought you were being attacked." "Well," Rye slipped the tunic gingerly over his head. "In a way, I was." Kel found Rye's coat slung over a low branch and thrust it at him, and then he led the prince back through the woods and across the field, past the silver doors, and out into the night. It was a silent procession, but the moment they were free of splendor, Kel spun on his brother. "What were you thinking?" "Must you ask?" Kel shook his head in disbelief. "You are an incomparable ass." Rye only chuckled. "How was I to know she would be so rough with me?" "I'm going to kill you." "You can't," said Rye simply, spreading his arms. "You made sure of it." For an instant, as the words hung in the clouds of his winter breath, the prince seemed genuinely upset. But then the smile was back. "Come on," he said, slinging an arm around Kel's shoulders. "I've had enough of splendor anyway. Let's find somewhere more agreeable to drink." A light snow began to fall around them, and Rye sighed. "I don't suppose you thought to grab my hat?" That was part 2. Damn. We got, I guess we have found the way. Rye is a jerk. He do be a jerk, yeah. But I guess we found the way Lila and Kel are probably gonna be meeting up again. Considering, like, there's this tournament coming up. Considering, like, with that tournament coming up, and apparently Alucard is on the list of participants. Like, this book, it's so good. I mean, obviously, I've read this one as well already, but like, we're going in completely blind into the third book. I've only read like maybe the first 2-3 chapters of the third book. Enjoying the book and washing my dishes. Well, at least you're gonna be you're being productive. I'm just sitting here. Damn, did your sit-ups and weights too. Laundry next. Look at you being productive. All right. Part 3. Pains, cursed Rye. Do all the Londons get this cold? As cold, said Kell as he followed the prince away from the bright beating heart of the city and down a series of narrower roads, and colder still. Barely paid attention. Hey, again, it's background noise for you guys. It's all good. As they walked, Kell imagined this London ghosted against the others. Here, they would be coming upon Westminster. There, the stone courtyard where a statue of the Danes once stood. Rye's steps came to a halt bit ahead, and Kell looked up to see the prince holding open a tavern door. A wooden sign overhead read, Is Aven Stars, the Blessed Waters. Is Aven Stras. Kell swore under his breath. He knew enough about this place to know that they shouldn't be here. Rye shouldn't be here. It wasn't as bad as the Three of Knives in the heart of the Shao, where the black brands of limiters shone on almost every wrist, or the jack and all, which had caused so much trouble on their last outing. But the Waters had its own rowdy reputation. Tak, chided Kell in Arnesian, because this wasn't the kind of place to speak high royal. What? Asked Rye innocently, snatching the cap off Kell's head. It isn't Rakenast, and I have business here. What kind of business? Demanded Kell as Rye settled the hat over his curls. But the prince only winked and went in, and Kell had no choice but to freeze or follow. Inside, the place smelled of sea and ale, where splendor had been open, with bold colors and bright light. The Waters was made of dark corners and low-burning hearths. Tables and booths sprawled like bodies across the room. The air was thick with smoke and loud with raucous laughter and drunken threats. At least this place is honest with itself, thought Kell. No pretense, no illusion. It reminded him of the stone's throw and the setting sun, and the scorched bone. Fixed points in the world, places where Kell had done business back when his business was less savory. When he traded in trinkets from faraway places, the kind only he could reach. Rye tugged the brim of the cap down over his light eyes as he approached the bar. He signaled to a shadow behind the barkeep and slid a slip of paper and a single silver leash across the wood. For the essentage, said the prince under his breath. Competitor? Asked the shadow with a voice like stone. Kamarov lost it. To win? Rai shook his head. No, only to the nines. The shadow gave him a wary look, but he took the bet with a flick of his fingers and retreated into the corner of the bar. Kel shook his head in disbelief. You came here to place a bet on the tournament you're running? There was a glint in Rai's eyes. Indeed. It's hardly legal, said Kel. Which is why we're here. And remind me why we couldn't have started the night here. Because, said Rai, flagging down the barkeep, you were in an ornery mood when I dragged you from that palace. Which is nothing unusual, but still. And you were determined to despise the first destination on the night on principle. I merely came prepared. The barkeep came over, and he kept his gaze on the glass he was polishing. If he registered Kel's red hair, his black eye, it didn't show it. 2 black surlies, said Rai in Arnesian, and he was wise enough to pay in pretty linen instead of lish or the gold rish carried by nobles. The barkeep nodded and served up 2 glasses of something thick and dark. Kel lifted the glass. It was too dense to see through, and then took a cautious drink. He nearly gagged, and a handful of men down the bar chuckled. It was rough stock, syrupy but strong, and it clung to Kel's throat as it filled his head. That is vile, he choked out. What's in it? Trust me, brother, you don't want to know. Rai turned back toward the barkeep. We'll take 2 winter ales as well. Who drinks this? Kel coughed. People who want to get drunk, said Rai, taking a long, pained sip. Kel felt his own head swim as he shoved his glass away. Slow down, he said, but the prince seemed determined to finish the draft and he slammed the empty glass down with a shudder. The men at the end of the bar banged their own cups in approval, and Rai gave an unsteady bow. Impressive, muttered Kel, at the same time that someone behind them spat. If you ask me, the prince is a spoiled shit. Kel and Rai both tensed. The man was slumped at a table with 2 others, their backs to the bar. Watch your tone, warned the second. That's royalty you're smearing. But before Kel could feel any relief, they all burst into laughter. Rai gripped the counter, knuckles wide, and Kel squeezed his brother's shoulders hard enough to feel the pain echo in his own. The last thing he needed was the crown prince involved in a brawl at the Blessed Waters. What was it you said? He hissed in the Rai's ear. About the ones who wanted to watch us burn? They say he hasn't got a lick of magic in him, continued the first man, obviously drunk. No sober man would speak such things loudly. Figures, muttered the second. It's unfair, said the third. 'Cause if he weren't up in that pretty palace, he'd be begging like a dog. The sickening thing was, the man was probably right. This world was ruled by magic, but power followed no clear line or lineage. It flowed thick in some and thin in others, And yet, if magic denied a person power, the people took it as a judgment. The weak were shunned, left to fend for themselves. Sometimes, they took to the sea, where elemental strength mattered less than simple muscle. But more often, they stayed and stole, and ended up with even less than they'd had to start with. It was a side of life Rai had been spared only by his birth. Fucking done with this goddamn new Discord. I mean, there's always the option to just like kick them out if they're annoying you. What rights he got to sit up on that throne? Grumbled the second. None. That's what... Kel had enough. He was about to turn toward the table when Rai held out a hand. The gesture was relaxed, the touch unconcerned. Don't bother, he said, taking up the ales and heading for the other side of the room. One of the men was leaning back in his chair, two wooden legs off the floor, and Kel tipped the balance as he passed. He didn't look back, but relished the sound of the body crashing into the floor. Bad dog, whispered Rai, but Kel could hear the smile in his voice. The prince wove through the tables to a booth on the far wall, and Kel was about to follow him in when something across the tavern caught his eye. Or rather, someone. She stood out, not simply because she was one of the only women, but because he knew her. They had only met twice, but he recognized her instantly. From the cat-like smile to the black hair twisted into coiling ropes behind her head, each woven through with gold. It was a bold thing to wear such precious metal in the place of thugs and thieves. But Kisimir Vassarin was bolder than most. She was also the reigning champion of the Esentosh, and reason the tournament was being held in London. The games weren't for a fortnight, but there she was, holding court in a corner of the Blessed Waters, surrounded by her usual handsome entourage. The fighter spent most of the year traveling the Empire, putting on displays and mentoring young magicians, if their pockets were deep enough. She'd first earned a spot on the coveted roster when she was only 16, and over the last 12 years and 4 tournaments, she'd climbed the ranks to victor. At only 28, she might even do it again. Kisimir tugged lazily at a stone earring, one of 3 in each ear, a wolfish smile on her face, and then her gaze drifted up, past her table in the room, and landed on Kel. Her eyes were a dozen colors, and some insisted she could see inside a person's soul. While Kel doubted her unique irises and endowed her with extraordinary powers. Then again, who was he to talk with the mark of magic drawn like ink across one eye? The gaze was still unnerving. He tipped his chin up and let the tavern light catch the glossy black of his right eye. Kisimir didn't look surprised. She simply toasted him, an almost imperceptible motion as she brought a glass of that pitch-black liquid to her lips. Are you going to sit? Asked Ryan. Or stand sentry? Kel broke the gaze and turned toward his brother. Ryan was stretched across the bench, his feet up, fingering the brim of Kel's hat and muttering about how much he liked his own. Kel knocked the prince's boots aside so he could sit. He wanted to ask about the tournament roster, about Alucard Emery, but even unspoken, the name left a sour taste in his mouth. He took a long sip of his ale, but needed nothing to clear the bile. We should go on a trip, said Rye, dragging himself upright. Once the tournament is over. Kel laughed. I'm serious. The prince, his words slurring slightly. He knew Rye was, but he also knew it would never happen. The crown didn't let Kel travel beyond London, even when he ventured to different worlds. They claimed it was for his own safety, and maybe it was, but he and Rye both knew that wasn't the only reason. I'll talk to father, said Rye, trailing off as if the subject were already fading from his mind. And then he was up again, sliding out of the booth. Where are you going? Asked Kel. To fetch us another round. Kel looked down at Rye's discarded glass, and then his own, still half full. I think I've had enough, said Kel. The prince spun on him, clutching the booth. So now you speak for both of us? He snapped, eyes glassy. First body, now will? The barb struck, and Kel felt suddenly horribly tired. Fine, he growled. Poison us both. He rubbed his eyes and watched his brother go. Rye had always had a penchant for consumption, but never with the sole intent of being too drunk to be useful, too drunk to think. Saints knew. Kel had demons of his own, but he knew he couldn't drown them. Not like this. Why he kept letting Rye try, he didn't know. Kel felt in the pockets of his coat and found a brass clip with 3 slim cigars. He'd never been much of a smoker. Then again, he'd never been much of a drinker either, and yet, wanting to take back at least a measure of control over what he put in his body, he snapped his fingers and lit the cigar with the small flame that danced above his thumb. Kel inhaled deeply. It wasn't tobacco, like in Grey London, or the horrible char they smoked in White, but a pleasant, spiced leaf that cleared his head and calmed his nerves. Kel blew the breath out, his eyes sliding out of focus in the plume of smoke. He heard steps and looked up, expecting Rye, only to find a young woman. She bore the marks of Kisimir's entourage. From the coiled dark hair to the gold tassels to the cat's eye pendant at her throat. Avan, she said, with a voice like silk. Avan, said Kel. The woman stepped forward, the knees of her dress brushing the edge of the booth. Mistress Vestrin sends her regards and wishes me to pass on a message. And what message is that? He asked, taking another drag. She smiled, and then before he could do anything, before he could even exhale, she reached out, took Kel's face in her hand, and kissed him. The breath caught in Kel's chest. Heat flushed his body when the girl pulled back. Not far, just enough to meet his gaze. She blew out a breath of smoke. He almost laughed. Her lips curled into a feline smile, and her eyes searched his. Not with fear or even surprise, but it's something like excitement. Awe. And Kel knew this was the part where he should feel like an imposter. But he didn't. He looked past her to the prince still standing at the bar. Is that all she said? Asked Kel. Her mouth twitched. Her instructions were vague. Massa Van Vares. Massa Van Vares. Meaning my blessed prince? No, he said, frowning. Not a prince. What then? He swallowed. Just Kel. She blushed. It was too intimate. Societal norms dictated that even if he shed the royal title, he should be addressed as Master Kel. He didn't want to be that either. He just wanted to be himself. Kel, she said, testing the word on her lips. And your name? Asana, she whispered, the word escaping like a sound of pleasure. She guided him back against the bench, the gesture somehow forward and shy at the same time. And then her mouth was upon his. Her clothes were singed at the waist in the current fashion, and he tangled his fingers in the bodice lacings at the small of her back. Kel, someone whispered in his ear. Only it wasn't Asana, but Delilah Bard. She did that, crept into his thoughts and robbed him of focus like a thief. Which was exactly what she was, what she'd been, before he let her out of the world and into his. Saints knew what or where she was these days, but in his mind, she would always be the thief stealing through at the most inappropriate moments. Get out, he thought, his grip tightening on the girl's dress. Asana kissed him again, but he was being dragged somewhere else. Outside, on the path in the cool October night, and another set of lips was pressing against his, there and then gone. A ghost of a kiss. What was that for? A knife's-edge smile. For luck. He groaned in frustration and pulled Asana against him, kissing her deeply, desperately trying to smother Lila's intrusion as Asana's lips brushed his throat. Mas vares, she breathed against his skin. I'm not, he began, but then her mouth was on his again, stealing the argument along with his air. His hand had vanished somewhere in her mane of hair. There it was now, at the nape of her neck, her own hand splayed against his chest, and then her fingers were running down over his stomach and... pain. It glanced across his jaw, sudden and bride. What is it? Asked Asana. What's wrong? Cal ground his teeth. Nothing. I'm going to kill my brother. He turned his thoughts from Rai to Asana, but just as his mouth found hers again, the pain returned, raking over his hip. For a single, hazy moment, Kel wondered if Rai had simply found himself another enthusiastic conquest. But then the pain came a third time, this time against his ribs, sharp enough to knock his breath away, and a possibility withered. Sanct, he swore, dragging himself from Asana's embrace and out of the booth with murmured apologies. The room swayed as he stood too fast, and he braced himself against the booth and searched the room, wondering what kind of trouble Rai had gotten himself into now. And then he saw the table near the bar, where the three men had sat talking. They were gone. 2 doors to the blessed waters, the front and the back. He chose the second set, and guessed right, bursting out into the night with a speed that quite frankly surprised him, given how much he and Rai had had to drink. But pain and cold were sobering things, and as he skidded to a stop in an alley dusted with snow, he could feel the magic already rushing hotly through his veins, ready for the fight. The first thing Kel saw was the blood, then the prince's knife on the cobblestones. The 3 men had Rai cornered at the end of the alley. One of them had a gash on his forearm, another along his cheek. Rai must have gotten in a few slashes before he'd lost the weapon. But now, he was doubled over, one arm wrapped around his ribs and blood running from his nose. The men obviously didn't know who he was. It was one thing to speak ill of a royal, but lay hands on him? Teach you to cut up my face, growled one. An improvement, grumbled Rye through gritted teeth. Kel couldn't believe it. Rye was goading them on. Looking for trouble. Looking for trouble. Sure to find it. Wouldn't be so sure, coughed the prince. His head drifted up past the men to Kel. He smiled thinly and said through bloody teeth, "Well, hello there," as if they'd just chanced upon one another. As if he weren't getting the shit kicked out of him behind blessed waters. And as if, at this moment, Kel didn't have the urge to let the men have at Rye for being stupid and self-destructive enough to pick this fight in the first place. Because Kel had no doubt that the prince had started it. The urge was compounded by the fact that, though the thugs didn't know it, they couldn't actually kill him. That was the thing about the spell scorched into their skin. Nothing could kill Rye, because it wasn't Rye's life that held him together anymore. It was Kel's. And as long as Kel lived, so could the prince. But they could hurt him, and Kel wasn't angry enough to let that happen. "Hello, brother," he said, crossing his arms. Two of the men turned toward Kel. "Kersla?" taunted one. "A pet dog come to nip at our heels?" "Don't look like he's got much bite," said the other. The third didn't even bother turning around. Rye had said something to insult him. Kel didn't catch the words. And now he angled a kick at the prince's stomach. It never connected. Kel clenched his teeth and the man's boot froze in midair. The bones in his leg wailed still. "What the?" Kel wrenched with his mind. And the man went flying sideways into the nearest wall. He collapsed to the ground, groaning, and the other two looked on with surprise and horror. "You can't," one grumbled, though the fact that Kel could was less shocking than the fact that he had. Bone magic was a rare and dangerous skill, forbidden because it broke the cardinal law, that none shall use magic, mental or physical, to control another person. Those who showed an affinity were strongly encouraged to unlearn it. Anyone caught doing it was rewarded with a full set of limiters. An ordinary magician would never risk the punishment. Kel wasn't an ordinary magician. He tipped his chin up so the men could see his eyes, and took a measure of grim satisfaction as the color bled from their faces. And then footsteps sounded, and Kel turned to find more men pouring into the alley, drunk and angry and armed. Something stirred in him. His heart raced, and magic surged through his veins. He felt something on his face, and it took him a moment to realize that he was smiling. He drew his dagger from the hidden sheath against his arm, and a single fluid motion cut his palm. Blood fell to the street in heavy red drops. "Ah, si, sir," he said, the words taking shape in his blood, and on the air at the same time. They vibrated through the alley, and then the ground began to freeze. It started at the drops of blood and spread out fast like frost over the stones and underfoot until a moment later everyone in the alley was standing atop a single solid pane of ice. One man took a step and his feet went out from under him, arms flailing for balance even as he fell. Another must have had better boots on because he took a sure step forward. But Kel was already moving. He crouched, pressed his bloody palm to the street stones and said, "Asteno, break." A cracking sound split the night, the quiet shattering with the pain of glassy ice. Cracks shot out from Kel's hand, fissuring the ground to every side, and as he stood, the shards came with him. Every piece, not pinned by boot or body, rose into the air and hung there, knife-like edges facing out from Kel, the wicked rays of light. Suddenly, everyone in the alley grew still, not because he was willing the bones in their bodies, but because they were afraid, as they should be. He didn't feel drunk now, didn't feel cold. "Hey now," said one, his hands drifting up. "You don't have to do this." "It's not fair," growled another softly, a blade of ice against his throat. "Fair?" asked Cal, surprised by the steadiness in his voice. "Is 3 against 1 fair?" He started it." "Is 8 against 2 fair?" continued Cal. "Looks to me like the odds are in your favor." The ice began to inch forward through the air. Kel heard hisses of panic. "We were just defending ourselves. We didn't know." Against the back wall, Rye was straightened. "Come on, Kel." "Be still, Rye," warned Kel. "You've caused enough trouble." The jagged shards of ice hovered to every side and then drifted on the air with slow precision until 2 or 3 had found each man, had charted a course for throat and heart and gut. The shards and the men that faced them waited with wide eyes and held breath to see what they would do, what Kel would do. A flick of his wrist, that's all it would take to end every man in the alley. "Stop," a voice said, the word almost too soft to hear. "Stop." And then suddenly, much louder, the voice of Rice, the words tearing from his throat. "Kel, stop!" And the night snapped back into focus, and he realized he was standing there holding 8 lives in his hand, and he'd almost ended them. Not to punish them for attacking Rye. Prince had already provoked them, and not because they were bad men, though several of them might have been, but just because he could, because it felt good to be in control, to be the strongest, to know that when it came down to it, he would be the one left standing. Hell exhaled and lowered his hand, letting the shards of ice crash to the cobblestones where they shattered. The men gasped and swore and stumbled back as one. The spell of the moment broke. One sank to the ground shaking. Another looked like he might vomit. "Get out of here," said Kel quietly, and the men listened. He watched them run. They already thought he was a monster, and now he'd gone and given the fears weight, which would just make everything worse. But it didn't matter. Nothing he did seemed to make it better. His steps crackled on the broken ice as he trudged over to where Rye was sitting on his haunches against the wall. He looked dazed, but Kel thought it had less to do with the beating and more to do with the drink. The blood had stopped falling from his nose and lip, and his face was otherwise unhurt. When Kel quested through his own body in search of echoing pain, he felt only a couple of tender ribs. Kel held out his hand and helped Rye to his feet. The prince took a step forward and swayed, but Kel caught him and kept him upright. "There you go again," mumbled Rye, leaning his head on Kel's shoulder. "You never let me fall." And let you take me down with you," chided Kel, wrapping the prince's arm around his shoulders. "Come on, brother. I think we've had enough for one night. Sorry, whispered Rye. I know. But the truth was, Kel couldn't forget the way he'd felt during the fight. The small, defiant part of him that had undeniably enjoyed it. Couldn't forget the smile that he had, that had belonged to him, and yet someone else entirely. Kel shivered and helped his brother home. Oh, that was part 3. Holy shit. Something seems to still be messing with Kel or something. Cause like, what the hell? That was not normal Kel behavior. As we have learned so far. Both Kel and Rye. Yeah. I mean, like, Rye just seems like his typical self. Yeah, this book has like about 150 pages more. Like the first one was like 368 or 386, and this one's like 508. And then the third one is over 600. Rice acting like he has nothing to lose because he already died once, so he's just pushing boundaries. The Kells seem to come from Vitari, like, yeah, maybe. It's really long. Well, it just means more reading streams, right? Alright, part 4. The guards were waiting for them in the hall. Kel had gotten the prince all the way back to the palace and up the basin steps before running into the men. 2 of them Rye's, the other 2 his, and all 4 looking put out. "Vis Tonas," said Kel, feigning lightness. "Want to give me a hand?" As if he were carrying a sack of weed and not the royal prince of Arnes. Rye's guards looked pale with anger and worry, but neither stepped forward. "Stuff, Hastra?" he said, appealing to his own men. He was met with stony silence. "Fine, get out of the way, I'll carry him myself." He pushed past the guards. "Is that the prince's blood?" asked Viz, pointing at Kel's sleeve, which he'd used to wipe Rye's face clean. "No," he lied, "only mine." Rye's men relaxed considerably at that, which Kel found disconcerting. Viz was a nervous sort, hackles always raised. And Tallner's was utterly humorless, with the set jaw of an officer. They had both served King Maxime himself before being assigned to guard the young royal. And it took the prince's defiance with far less nonchalance than Rye's previous men. As for Kel's own guards, Hastra was young and eager, but Staff hardly ever said a word, either to Kel's face or in his company. For the first month, Kel hadn't been sure if the guard hated him or feared him, or both. Then Rye told him the truth, that Staff's sister had died in the Black Night, so Kel knew it was likely both. "He's a good guard," said Rye, and Kel asked why they would assign him such a man, and then added grimly, "It was father's choice." Now, as the party reached the royal hall, the brothers shared. tall nurse produced a note and held it up for Kel to read. This isn't funny. Apparently Rye had the grace to pin the note to his door, in case anyone in the palace should worry. Not kidnapped. Out for a drink with Kel. Sit tight. Rye's room was at the end of the hall, marked by 2 ornate doors, and Kel kicked them open. Too loud, muttered Rye. Master Kel, warned Viss, following him in. I must insist you seize these. I didn't force him out. But you allowed. I'm his brother, not his guard, snapped Kel. He knew he'd been raised as Rye's protection as much as his companion. But it was proving no small task. And besides, hadn't he done enough? Tallner scowled. King and Queen. Go away, said Rye, rousing himself. Giving me a headache. Your Highness, started Viss, reaching for Rye's arm. Out! He snapped the prince with sudden heat. The guards shied away, then looked uncertainly at Kel. You hurt the prince, he grumbled. Get out. His gaze went to his own men. All of you. As the doors closed behind him, Kel half-guided, half-dragged Rye into his bed. Think I'm growing on them, he muttered. Rye rolled groggily into his back, an arm cast over his eyes. I'm sorry. Sorry, he said softly, and Kel shuddered, remembering that horrific night, the prince bleeding to death as he and Lila tried to drag him to safety. The soft, I'm sorry's, fading horribly into silence and stillness and... All my fault. Rye's voice dragged him back. Oh shit, I forgot to change the redeems. Give me a second. Again, professional streamer right here, guys. What does it do? I forgot to disable it. It's a redeem where, like, usually if there's a game, if I'm playing a game where you can fish, it's basically like, yo, do some fishing. Oh no, you're good. I just forgot to disable it for the stream. You're all fine, you're all fine. Here, you get your points back. There we go. Let me just quickly just disable just work out a few things here. There we go. There. I should have everything set up now for what I wanted. There we go. You should have your points back. Eat. I'm sorry. I just forgot to disable that. And yeah, it should be disabled now. All my fault. Rye's voice dragged him back. Hush, said Kel, sinking into a chair beside the bed. I just want it like it was before. I know, said Kel, rubbing his eyes. I know. He sat there until Rye felt quiet, safely wrapped in sleep, and then pushed himself back to his feet. The room rocked faintly, and Kel steadied himself for a moment on the carved bedpost before making his way back to his own rooms. Not via the hall and its contingent of guards, contingent of guards, but the hidden corridor that ran between their chambers. The lanterns burned to life as Kel entered, the magic easy, effortless, but the light didn't make the room feel more like home. The space had always felt strangely foreign, stiff, like an ill-fitting suit. It was a room for a royal. The ceiling was lined with billowing fabric, the colors of night, and an elegant desk hugged one wall. A sofa and chairs huddled over a silver tea set, and a pair of glass doors led onto a balcony now coated with a thin layer of snow. Kel shrugged off his coat and turned it inside out a few times, returning it to its royal red before draping it over an ottoman. Kel missed his little room at the top of the stairs in the ruby fields, with its rough walls and its stiff cot and its constant noise. But the room and the inn and the woman who ran it had all been burned to nothing by Holland months before, and Kel could not bring himself to seek out another. The room had been a secret, and Kel had promised the crown and Rye that he would stop keeping secrets. He missed the room and the privacy that came with it, but there was something to the missing. He supposed he deserved it. Others had lost far more because of him. So Kel remained in the royal chambers. The bed waited on a raised platform, a plush mattress with a sea of pillows. But Kel slumped down into his favorite chair instead, a battered thing by comparison, dragged from one of the palace's studies. It faced the balcony doors and beyond the warm red glow of the aisle. He snapped his fingers and the lanterns dimmed, and then it went dark. Sitting there with only the river's light, his tired mind drifted, as it invariably did, back to Delilah Bard. When Kel thought of her, she was not one girl, but three. The two skinny street thief who'd robbed him in an alley, the blood-streaked partner who fought beside him, and the impossible girl who'd walk away and never looked back. "Where are you, Lila?" he mused. "And what kind of trouble are you getting into?" Kel dragged a handkerchief from his back pocket, a small square of dark fabric, first given to him by a girl dressed as a boy in a darkened alley. A sleight of hand, so she could rob him. He'd used to find her more than once, and he wondered if he could do it again, or if it now belonged more to him than to her. He wondered where it would take him if it worked. He knew with a bone-deep certainty that she was alive, had to be alive, and he envied her. Envied the fact that this grey London girl was out there somewhere, seeing parts of the world that Kel, a red Londoner, and Antari had never glimpsed. He put the handkerchief back, closed his eyes, and waited for sleep to drag him under. When it did, he dreamt of her. Dreamt of her standing on his balcony, goading him to come out and play. He dreamt of her hand tangling his, a pulse of power twining them together. He dreamt of them racing through foreign streets, not the London ones they'd navigated, but crooks and bends in places he'd never seen, and ones he might never see. But there she was, at his side, pulling him toward freedom. Oh, we're making a cut now. Okay. So that was part 4. The chapter's not over yet. But we're now in part 5. And we're skipping over to White London now. I guess we are now in White London. We have a new character. And her name, I guess I'm just gonna pronounce it Oika, because it's O-J-K-A. Either Oshka or Oika. Or Ochka, I don't know. I'm just gonna say Oika. Oika had always been graceful. Graceful when she danced. Graceful when she killed. Sunlight spilled across the stone floor as she spun, her knives licking the air as they arced and dripped and dipped, tethered to her hands and to one another by a single length of black cord. Her hair, once pale, now shone red, a shock of color against her still porcelain skin, bold as blood. It skimmed her shoulders as she twirled and bowed, a bright streak of the center of a deadly circle. Oika danced, and a metal kept pace, the perfect partner to her fluent movements, and the entire time, she kept her eyes closed. She knew the dance by heart, a dance she'd first learned as a child in the streets in Cossack, in the worst part of London. A dance she'd mastered. Didn't stay alive in the city on luck alone. Not if you had any promise of power. The scavengers would sniff it out, slit your throat so they could steal whatever dregs were in your blood. They didn't care you were little. It only made you easier to catch and kill. But not Oika. She'd carved her way through Cossack, grown up, and stayed alive in the city, managed to kill off everyone and everything. But it was that was another life. That was before. This was after. Oika's veins traced elegant black lines over her skin as she moved. She could feel the magic thrumming through her. A second pulse twined with hers. At first, it had burned. So hot she feared it would consume her, the way it had the others. Then she let go, her body stopping fighting. And so did the power. She embraced it. And once she did, it embraced her. And they danced together, burned together, fusing like strengthened steel. The blades sang past, extensions for hands. The dance was almost done. And then she felt the summons, like a flare of heat inside her skull. She came to a stop. Not suddenly, of course, but slowly. Winding the black cord around her hands until the blade snapped against her palms. And only then did her eyes drift open. One was yellow. The other was black. Proof that she had been chosen. She wasn't the first, but that was all right. That didn't matter. What mattered was that the others had been too weak. The first had only lasted a few days. The second had scarcely made it through the week. But Oika was different. Oika was strong. She had survived. She would survive, so long as she was worthy. That was the king's promise when he had chosen her. Oika coiled the cord around the blades and slid the weapon back into the holster at her tip. Sweat dripped from the ends of her crimson hair, and she wrung it out before shrugging on her jacket and fastening her cloak. Her fingers traced the scar that ran from her throat up to her jaw and across her cheek, edging just below the king's mark. When the magic brought strength to her muscles, warmth to her blood, and color to her features, she feared it would wipe away the scar. She'd been relieved when it didn't. She'd earned the scar, and every other one she bore. The summons flared again behind her eyes, and she stepped outside. The day was cold but not bitter, and overhead, beyond the clouds, the sky was streaked across with blue. Blue, not the frosty off-white she'd grown up with, but true blue, as if the sky itself had thawed. The water of the silt was thawing too, more and more every day, eyes giving way to green-gray water. Everywhere she looked, the world was waking, reviving. Got some food? Let's go. And Oika's blood quickened at the sight of it. She'd been in a shop once and had seen a chest covered in dust. She remembered running her hand across it, removing the film of gray and revealing the dark wood beneath. It was like that, she thought. The king had come and swept his hand across the city and brushed away the dust. It would take time, he said, but that was all right. Change was coming. Only a single road stood between her quarters and the castle walls, and as she crossed the street, her gaze flicked toward the river and the other half of the city beyond. From the heart of Kosik to the steps of the castle, she'd come a long way. The gates stood open, new vines climbing the stone walls to either side, and she reached out and touched a small purple bud as she stepped through onto the grounds. Where the crust maked had once sprawled, a graveyard of stone corpses at the feet of the castle, now there was wild grass, creeping up despite the winter chill. Only 2 statues remained, flanking the castle stairs, both commissioned by the new king, not as a warning, but as a reminder of false promises and fallen tyrants. They were likenesses of the old rulers, Athos and Astrid Dane, carved in white marble. Both figures were on their knees. Athos Dane stared down at the whip in his hands, which coiled like a snake around his wrists, his face twisted in pain, while Astrid clutched the handle of a dagger, its blade buried in her chest, her mouth stretched in a soundless, immortal scream. The statues were grisly, inelegant things, unlike the new king. The new king was perfect. The new king was chosen. The new king was God. And Oika, she saw the way he looked at her with those beautiful eyes, and she knew he saw the beauty in her too now, more and more every day. She reached the top of the stairs and passed through into the castle. Oika had heard tales of the hollow-eyed guards who had served under the Danes, men robbed of minds and souls, rendered nothing but shells. But they were gone now, and the castle stood open, and strangely empty. It had been raided, taken, held, and lost in the weeks after the Danes first fell. But there were no signs of the slaughter now. All was calm. There were attendants, men and women appearing and disappearing, heads bowed and a dozen guards, but their eyes weren't vacant. If anything, they moved with a purpose, a devotion that Oika understood. This was a resurrection, a legend brought to life, and they were all part of it. No one stopped her as she moved through the castle. In fact, Some knelt as she passed, while others whispered blessings and bowed their heads. And when she reached the throne room, the doors were open and the king was waiting. The vaulted ceiling was gone, massive walls and columns now giving way to open sky. Oika's steps echoed on the marble floor. Was it really once made of bones? She wondered. Or is that just a legend? All Oika had were rumors. She'd been smart, kept the Kosik, and avoided the Danes at all costs during their rule. Too many stories surrounded the twins, all of them bloody. The king stood before his throne, gazing down into the glossy surface of the scrying pool that formed a smooth black circle before the days. Oika found its stillness almost as hypnotic as the man reflected in it. Almost. But there was something he had that the black pool lacked. Beneath the surface of his calm, surged energy. She could feel it across the room, rippling from him in waves. A source of power. Life might have been taking root in the city, but in the king, it had already blossomed. He was tall and strong, muscles twining over his sculpted body, his strength apparent even though his elegant clothes, black hair, strength apparent even though even through his elegant clothes, black hair swept back from his face, revealing high cheekbones and a strong jaw. The bow of his lips pursed faintly, and the faintest crease formed between his brows as he considered the pool, hands clasped behind his back. His hands. She remembered that day, when those hands had come to rest against her skin. One pressed against the nape of her neck, the other splayed over her eyes. She felt his power even then, before it passed between them, pulsing beneath the skin. And she wanted it, needed it like air. His mouth had been so close to her ear when he spoke. Do you accept this power? I accept it, she said. And then everything was searing heat and darkness and pain, burning until his voice came again, close, and said, Stop fighting, Oika. Let it in. And she had. He had chosen her, and she would not let him down. Just like in the prophecies, their savior had come, and she would be there at his side. Oika, he said now without looking up. Her name was a spell on his lips. Your Majesty, she said, kneeling before the pool. His head drifted up. You know I'm not fond of titles, he said, rounding the pool. She straightened and met his eyes, one green, the other black. Call me Holland. And with that, chapter 2 just ends. How the fuck is Holland back in White London when he got cast away into Black London almost dead? And he is now the king of White London, literally revitalizing the entire world. Something's off. Yeah, but they also said that the doors basically into Black London could be opened, but getting out of Black London is impossible because it's sealed off. So how the fuck is he in White London right now? Maybe. But man, what a chapter though. Holy shit. You have to consider, like, this is only the end of chapter 2. I guessing it's all good. This has only been chapter 2. Like, what the fuck? Huh? And I was like, something big just fucking went down for this. Yeah, it's like it went from just like the whole thing that happened between Kel and Rye. All of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, by the way, Holland is back, guys. Wonder what he found in Black London. Maybe we'll figure this out in the book. I don't know. But again, as we have just completed another chapter, we're gonna take a little break. Did you just make an Antari? I feel like it's more like if like the whole like Vitari thing is actually what it is. Being chosen by the Vitari basically just means like you're like half possessed or something. So you still have your own will, but you have the power of Vitari, and that might manifest. Like she not only could like compared to Holland and Kel, like the other Antari, they don't have the blackened veins. She has the blackened veins, which is more of a sign of the whole like Vitari possessing or like taking control over somebody. Yes, she has the blackened eye, but she also has the blackened veins. So I think it's more just like her getting the power, but not like the power of Vitari, but not actually being an Antari. Really well, I'm trying my best. Alright, I'll be back. Just gonna stretch, get some fresh air, grab some snacks, do whatever you guys gotta do, and then we'll continue with chapter 3. All right, I'm back. Do, 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 do. Got myself a little bit of chocolate. That was a good chapter, though. I just need a little snack, you know. That was like the only thing I could just get my hands on real quick. Making content is tiring work. Yeah. Very tough just sitting here. Nah, like the whole reading and stuff, it's definitely tiring. Having to maintain focus is hard. Yeah, it can be. Yeah. Oh, that. Hmm. One second. I just gotta check something real quick. Okay. There you go. Chapter 3, Lila. I'm not sure. It's called Changing Tides, which could hint towards it, because, you know, she's on the sea. So it's a high chance that we might Our Kismir or whatever her name was. Well, it was one of her like one of the members of her like group or something that was throwing herself at Kel. So it's sus behavior. True, true. There seems to be something weird about her as well, with like having like those weirdly colored eyes. So I guess we'll see what happens with that. And then there seems to be some kind of history between Kel and Alucard, considering like just hearing the name made Kel like just shudder. Isa the cat, or Isa the cat. It's a cat. It does have some weird eyes, but yeah. Maybe. I mean, considering he speaks full on like fluent High Royal. Means he, and I mean, he's serving the crown. He's serving the family that Kel is part of. So who knows what kind of history they have. Oh, I guess we'll see how they will continue on. What actually is the thing that is the reason for them to be like that. I am too, for sure. All right, let's continue, I'd say, with chapter 3. We're already at like almost page 100 as well, guys. That was quick, I'd say. All right, again, chapter 3. Changing tides. We're still in Red London. We're back to Red London now. The nightmare started, as it always did, with Kel standing in the middle of a public place. Sometimes the stone's throw, or the statue garden in front of the Danes' fortress, or the London sanctuary, at once surrounded and alone. Tonight, he was in the middle of the night market. It was crowded, more crowded than Kel had ever seen it. The people pressed shoulder to shoulder along the riverbank. He thought he saw Rai at the other end, but by the time he called his brother's name, the prince had vanished into the crowd. Nearby, he glimpsed a girl. with dark hair cut short along her jaw, and called out, "Lila!" But as soon as he took a step toward her, the crowd rippled and swallowed her again. Everyone was familiar, and everyone was a stranger in the shifting mass of bodies. And then a shock of white hair caught his eye. The pale figure of Athos Dane sliding like a serpent through the crowd. Kel growled and reached for his knife, only to be interrupted by cold fingers closing over his. "Flower boy," cooed a voice in his ear, and he spun to find Astrid, and cracks as if someone had pieced her shattered body back together. Kel staggered back, but the crowd was getting even thicker now, and someone shoved him from behind. By the time he regained his balance, both the Danes were gone. Rye flickered again in the distance. He was looking around as if searching for someone, mouthing a word, a name Kel couldn't hear. Another stranger bumped into Kel hard. "Sorry," he murmured. "Sorry." But the words echoed, and the people kept pushing against him, as if they didn't see him, as if he wasn't there. And then, as soon as he thought it, everybody stopped mid-stride, and every face turned toward him, features resolving into gruesome masks of anger and fear and disgust. "I'm sorry," he said again, holding up his hands only to see his veins turning black. "No," he whispered, as the magic traced lines up his arms. "No, please, no." He could feel the darkness humming in his blood as it spread. The crowd began to move again. Oh my god. Yuli, thank you for the raid. How was the rest of your warframing? Hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Oh, I love that raid message. I hope you had a great stream though. Played Lethal Company? Ooh, sounds like fun. I never actually played it. No, nah, I never did. I don't know. I just never got it. I don't have it. Maybe one day. Who knows? Oh shit. I'm clicking wrong things. Oh my god. Where am I? There we go. Oh, we just began chapter 3 of the book, and it's been absolutely amazing. I'm sure you guys enjoy it as well so far. And we can play together? Hell yeah. I'm down for sure. We also definitely need to play some Warframe together at some point. If I can get myself back on Warframe and not on First Descendant all the time. but First Descendant just has me in its claws right now. I could probably just... I have a few things in that game. The phone died. Oh no. Welcome back though, Gurgle. Space story at first. Yeah, with Warframe, I feel like the worst part is the beginning. It has an awful first, like, new player experience. And the longer the game goes on, I mean, it's been going on for 11 years at this point. The longer the game goes on, the harder it gets for people to get into, because they just add more and more features that are just going to be even more... It's just going to be even harder for newer players to understand what the fuck is even going on anymore. So, like, I've had friends that I introduced to Warframe, and they said if I didn't help them out and, like, showed them the ropes, they probably would have dropped the game because they did not know what the hell they were doing. Which is kind of sad, because, like, the game is good once you start to get the grasp of it, but that is the hard part. The game does not do a good job of explaining itself. All right. We gotta continue though now with the book. We just started chapter 3. Does it come back is also hard? Yeah. I've had like a 2 or 3 year break at some point, and like, damn, coming back, seeing all these new features, I was like, what the fuck? Is this even still the same game that I used to play? And now we're getting boy bands and dating and romance and like, what the fuck? All right, but yeah, we just started. I think we're like on the 2nd or 3rd page of chapter 3. I'm surprised we're already like basically 100 pages into the book in like 4 hours. Get some good sleep, Yuli. Again, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I'll try not to stay up for too long. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how long I'll be reading today. Maybe we'll end after chapter 3. Who knows? Thank you, thank you. Where were we? I'm sorry, he said again, holding up his hands only to see his veins turning black. No, he whispered, as the magic traced lines up his arms. No, please, no. He could feel the darkness humming in his blood as it spread. The crowd began to move again, but instead of walking away, they were all coming toward him. Get back, he said. And when they didn't, he tried to run, only to discover that his legs wouldn't move. Too late, came Holland's voice from nowhere. Everywhere. Once you let it in, you've already lost. The magic forced its way through him with every beat of his heart. Kel tried to fight it back, but it was in his head now, whispering in Vitari's voice. Let me in. Pain shot jaggedly through Kel's chest as the darkness hit his heart, and in the distance, Rai collapsed. No! Kel shouted, reaching toward his brother uselessly, desperately. But as his hand brushed the nearest person, the darkness leapt like fire from his fingers to the man's chest. He shuddered and then collapsed, crumbling to ash as the body struck the street stones. Before he hit the ground, the people on either side of him began to fall as well, death rippling in a wave through the crowd, silently consuming everyone. Beyond them, the buildings began to crumble too, and the bridges and the palace, until Kel was standing alone in an empty world. And then, in the silence, he heard a sound. Not a sob or a scream, but a laugh. And it took him a moment to recognize the voice. It was his. Damn. Kel gasped, lurching forward out of sleep. Light was filtering through the patio doors, glinting off a fresh dusting of snow. The shards of sun made him cringe and look away as he pressed his palm to his chest and waited for his heart to slow. He'd fallen asleep in his chair, fully clothed, his skull aching from his brother's indulgences. "Damn it, Rye," he muttered, pushing himself to his feet. His head was pounding, a sound matched by whatever was going on outside his window. The blows Rye had sustained the night before were a memory, but the after effect of the drinks was compounding. And Kel decided, then and there, that he vastly preferred the sharp, short pain of a wound to the dull, protracted ache of a hangover. Can't relate. I never get hangovers. He felt like death, and as he splashed cold water on his face and throat and got dressed, he could only hope that the prince felt worse. Outside his door, a stiff-looking man with graying temples stood watch. Kel winced. He always hoped for Hastra. Instead, he always got Staff, the one who hated him. I got hangovers from just sleeping wrong. Damn. Yeah, no, after those, 15 shots of Jaeger and falling and, basically just ending, next morning I was fine. Or my 8-hour-long stream drinking with Ben playing It Takes Two. I was fine the next day. "Morning," said Kel, walking past. "Afternoon, sir," answered Staff, or Silver, as Rye had nicknamed the aging royal guard, as he fell and stepped behind him. Kel wasn't thrilled by the appearance of Staff or Hastra in the aftermath of the Black Night, but he wasn't surprised either. It wasn't the guard's fault that King Maxime no longer trusted his Antari. Just like it wasn't Kel's fault that the guards couldn't always keep track of him. It's my fault for not being dead inside. Right. That's the secret, guys. Just be dead inside so you don't feel anything. He found Rye in the sunroom, a courtyard enclosed by glass, having lunch with the king and queen. The prince seemed to be managing his own hangover with surprising poise, though Kel could feel Rye's headaches throbbing alongside his own, and Kel noted that the prince sat with his back to the panes of glass and the glinting light beyond. "Kel," said Rye brightly, "I was beginning to think you'd sleep all day." "Sorry," said Kel pointedly. "I must have indulged a little too much last night." "Good afternoon, Kel," said Queen Amira, an elegant woman with skin like polished wood and a circlet of gold resting atop her jet black hair. Her tone was kind but distant, and it felt like it had been weeks since she'd last reached out and touched his cheek. In truth, it had been longer, nearly 4 months since the Black Night, when Kel had let the Black Stone into the city, and Vitari had swept through the streets, and Astrid Dane had plunged a dagger into Rye's chest, and Kel had given a piece of his life to bring him back. "Where's our son?" the Queen had demanded, as if she had only one. "I hope you're well rested," said King. I hope you're well rested," said King Maxime, glancing up from the sheaf of paper in front of him. "I am, sir." Fruit and bread were piled on the table, and as Kel slid into the empty chair, a servant appeared with a silver pitcher and poured him a steaming cup of tea. He finished the cup in a single burning swallow, and the servant considered him, then left the pitcher, a small gesture for which Kel was immeasurably grateful. 2 more people were seated at the table, a man and a woman, both dressed in shaders of red, and each with a gold pin of the Marish seal, the chalice and rising sun, fastened to their shoulder. The pen marked the figures as friends of the crown. It permitted them full access to the palace and instructed any servants and guards not only welcome, but assist them. Parlo Lizanne, said Kel in greeting. They were the Astra selected to help organize the tournament, and Kel felt like he had seen more of them in the past few weeks than he had the king and queen. "Master Kel," they said in unison, tipping their heads with practiced smiles and calculated propriety. A map of the palace and surrounding grounds was spread across the table, one edge tugged beneath a plate of tarts, another under a cup of tea, and Lazanne was gesturing to the south wing. "We've arranged for Prince Cole and Princess Cora to stay here, in the Emerald Suite. Fresh flowers will be grown there the day before they arrive." Rye made a face at Kel across the table. Kel was too tired to try and read it. "Lord Solin R, meanwhile," continued Lazanne, "will be housed in the Western Conservatory. We've stocked it with coffee, just as you instructed, and what about the Vescan Queen?" "And what of the Vescan Queen?" grumbled Maxime. "Or the Fowran King? Why do they not grace us with their presence? Do they not trust us, or do they simply have better things to do?" Amira frowned. "The emissaries would have chosen. They've chosen are appropriate." Rye scoffed. "Queen Lastra of Vesk has 7 children, mother. I doubt it's much of an inconvenience for her to loan us 2. As for the Faroans, Lord Sol in R is a known antagonist who spent the last 2 decades stirring up discontent wherever he goes, hoping it will spark enough conflict to dethrone his brothers and seize control of Faro." "Since when are you so invested in imperial politics?" asked Kel, already on his 3rd cup of tea. To his surprise, Rye shot him a scowl. "I'm invested in my kingdom, brother," he snapped. "You should be too." "I am not their prince," observed Kel. He was in no mood for Rye's attitude. "I'm just the one who has to clean up all his messes." "Oh, seeing as you've made none of your own?" "Oh shit, it's a fight. The brothers are fighting." They held each other's gazes. Kel resisted the urge to stab a fork into his own leg just to watch his brother wins. What was happening to them? They'd never been cruel to each other before. But pain and pleasure weren't the only things that seemed to transfer with the bond. Fear, annoyance, anger, all plucked by the binding spell, reverberating between them, amplifying. Rye had always been fickle, but now Kel felt his brother's ever-shifting temperament, the constant oscillation, and it was maddening. Space meant nothing. They could be standing side by side, all Londons apart. There was no escape. More and more, the bond felt like a chain. Emira cleared her throat. I think the Eastern Conservatory would be better for Lord Solinar. It gets better light. What about the attendants? The Veskans always travel with a full complement. The queen soothed the table, guiding the conversation deftly away from the brothers' rising moods. But there were too many unspoken things in the air after making it stuffy. Kel pushed himself to his feet and turned to leave. Where are you going? Asked Maxime, handing his papers to an attendant. Kel turned back. I was going to oversee the construction on the floating arenas, Your Highness. Roy can handle that, said the king. You have an errand to run. With that, he held out an envelope. Kel didn't realize how eager he was to go, to escape not only the palace, but this city, this world, until he saw the slip of paper. It bore no address, but he knew exactly where he was meant to take it. With the White London throne empty, and the city plunged into crown warfare for the first time in 7 years, communication had been suspended. Kel had gone only once, in the weeks after the Dane twins fell, and had nearly lost his life to the violent masses, after which it was decided that Kel would let White London alone for a time, until things settled. That left only Grey London, the simple, magicless realm, all coal, smoke, and sturdy as old stone. I'll go now, said Kel, crossing to the king's side. Mind the Prince Regent, warned the king. These correspondences are a matter of tradition, but the man's questions have grown prodding. Kel nodded. He had often wanted to ask King Maxime what he thought of the Grey London leader and wondered about the contents of his letters, whether the Prince Regent asked as many questions of his neighboring crown as he did of Kel. He inquires often about magic, he told the king. I do my best to dissuade him. Maxime grunted. He's a foolish man. Be careful. Kel raised a brow. Was Maxime actually worried for his safety? But then, as he reached for the letter, he saw the flicker of distrust in the king's eyes, and his spirits sank. Maxime kept grudges like scars. They faded by degrees, but always left a mark. Kel knew he'd brought it on himself. For years, he'd used his expeditions as royal liaison to transport forbidden items between the worlds. If he hadn't developed his reputation as a smuggler, the Black Stone would never have made its way into his hands, would never have killed men and women and brought havoc to Red London. Or perhaps the Danes would still have found a way, but they wouldn't have used Kel to do it. He'd been a pawn and a fool, and now he was paying for it, just as Rye was forced to pay for his own part for the possession charm that had let Astrid Dane take up residence in this body. In the end, they were both to blame, but the king still loved Rye. Queen would still look at him. Emira held out a second, smaller envelope. The note for King George. A courtesy more than anything else, but the fragile king clung to these correspondences, and so did Kel. The ailing king had no idea how short they were getting. And Kel had no intention of letting him know. He'd taken to elaborating, spinning intimate yarns about the Arnesian king and queen, and the prince's exploits, and Kel's own life in the palace. Perhaps this time he'd tell George about the tournament. The king would love that. He took the notes and turned to go, already pulling together what he'd say, when Maxime stopped him. What about your point of return? Kel stiffened imperceptibly. The moment was like a short tug, a reminder that he was now being kept on a leash. The door will be at the mouth of Narish Khas, just off the southern edge of the night market. The king glanced at Staff, who hung back by the door, to make sure he'd heard, and the guard nodded once. Hey, Abby, how are you doing? Don't be late, ordered Maxime. Kel turned away and left the royal family to their talk of tournament visitors and fresh linens, and who preferred coffee or wine, a strong tea. At the sunroom doors, he cast a glance back and found Rai looking at him with an expression that might have been, I'm sorry, but it could also have been, fuck off. Or at the very least, we'll talk later. Kel let the matter go and escaped, slipping the letters into the pocket of his coat. He walked briskly through the palace halls, back to his chambers, and through to the smaller second room beyond, closing the door behind him. Rai probably would have used such an alcove to hold boots or coat pins, but Kel had transformed the space into a small but well-stocked library, holding the texts he'd collected on magic. They were as much philosophical as practical, many gifted by Master Tieran or borrowed from the royal library, as well as some journals of his own, scribbled with thoughts on Antari blood magic, about which so little was known. One slim black volume he dedicated to Vitari, the black magic he'd grasped, awakened, destroyed the year before. That journal held more questions than answers. On the back of the library's wooden door were half a dozen hand-drawn symbols, each simple but distinct shortcuts to the other places in the city, carefully drawn in blood. Some were faded from disuse, others fresh. One of the symbols, a circle with a pair of crossed lines drawn through it, led to Tieran's sanctuary on the opposite bank. As Kel traced his fingers over the mark, he vividly remembered helping Lila haul a dying Rai through the door. Another mark had once led to Kel's private chamber at the Ruby Fields, the only place in London that had been truly his. Now, it was nothing more than a smudge. Kel scanned the door until he found the symbol he was looking for, a star made of 3 intersecting lines. This mark came with his own memories of an old king in the cell of a room. His gnarled fingers curled around a single red coin as he murmured about fading magic. Be right back, okay. Kel drew his dagger from its place until under the cuff of his coat and grazed his wrist. Blood welled rich and red, and he dabbed the cut and drew the fresh mark. When it was done, he pressed his hands flat against the symbol and said, Aztesken, transfer. Good, it showed up. Ah, there we go. And then he stepped forward. Put your new logo on your Discord server pic. Ooh, let's go. Damn, I don't think I'm even in your Discord. I'm in Ash's Discord, but I don't think I'm in yours. Did it turn solid black? Maybe. I haven't looked in the mirror yet. Should be. I don't know. I know I'm in Abby, in Ashes. Yeah. All mutual servers. Wait, I have to. No. The mutual servers are just mine, Ashes, Karza's, and the Pokemon community game one. Damn. Weird. You might have to send me an invite then, and I'll join you. I'll join it. All right. I don't know what happened, why I'm not there. The world softened and warped around his hand, and he passed from the darkened alcove into sunlight, crisp and bright enough to revive the fading ache behind his eyes. Kel was no longer in his makeshift library, but standing in a well-appointed courtyard. He wasn't in Grey London, not yet, but in an auspicious garden in an elegant village called Disan. Significant, not because of its fine fruit trees or glass statues, but because it occupied the same ground in Red London that Windsor Castle did in Grey. The same exact ground. Traveling magic only worked with two ways. Kel could either transfer between two different places in one world, or travel between the same place and different ones. And because they kept the English king at Windsor, which sat well outside the city of London, he had to make his way first to Ostra Paveron's garden. That was a bit of a clever navigation on Kel's part, not that anyone knew enough of Antari magic to appreciate it. Send, alright, let me, there we go. Do. Next there. Still need to flesh out it. I mean, mine is kind of just sitting there as well. Holland might have, but Holland was dead, and he'd likely had a network of acrosses and betweens intricate enough to make Hell's own attempts look childish. The winter air whipped around him, and he shivered as he drew the letters out of his pocket into his unbloodied hand, and then turned the coat inside out and outside in until he found the side he was looking for. A black, knee-length garment with a hood and velvet lining, fit for Grey London, where the cold always felt colder, bitter, and damp in a way that seeped through cloth and skin. Kel shrugged the new coat on and tucked the letters deep into one of the pockets. They were lined with softened wool instead of silk. It blew out a plume of warm breath and marked the icy wall within with the blood from his hand. But then, as he was reaching for the cord of tokens around his neck, something tugged at his attention. He paused and looked around, considering the garden. He was alone, truly alone. and he found himself wanting to savor it. Aside from one trip north when he and Rai were boys, this was the farthest Kel ever strayed from the city. He'd always been watched, but he'd felt more confident in the past 4 months, more confined in the past 4 months than in the nearly 20 years he'd served the crown. Kel used to feel like a possession. Now, he felt like a prisoner. Perhaps he should have run when he'd had the chance. You could still run, a voice said in his head. It sounded suspiciously like Lila. In the end, she had escaped. Could he? He didn't have to run to another world. What if he simply walked away? Away from the garden and the village, away from the city. He could take a coach or a boat to the ocean, and then what? How far would he make it with almost no money of his own and an eye that marked him as an Antari? You could take what you need, said the voice. You could take what you need, said the voice. It was a very big world, and he'd never even seen it. If he stayed in Arnes, he would eventually be found. And if he fled into Faro or Vesk, the Faroan saw his eye as a mark of strength, nothing more. But Kel had heard his name paired with the Veskan word, Krata, meaning pillar. As if he alone held up the Arnesian Empire, and if either empire got their hands on him. Kel stared down at his blood-streaked hand. Saints, how could he actually consider running away? It was madness. The idea that he could, that he would abandon his city, his king and queen, his brother. He'd betrayed them once. Well, one crime, albeit committed many times, and it had nearly cost him everything. He wouldn't forsake them again, no matter what restlessness had been awakened in him. You could be free, insisted the voice. But it was the same. But that was the thing. Kel could never be free. No matter how far he fled, he'd given up freedom with his life when he handed it to Rai. Enough, he said out loud, silencing the doubts as he dug the proper cord out from under his collar and tucked it over his head. On the strap hung a copper coin, the face rubbed smooth from years of use. Enough, he thought, and then he brought his bloody hands to the garden wall. He had a job to do. As travas, travel. The world began to bend around the words and the blood and the magic, and Kel stepped forward, hoping to leave behind his troubles with his London, trade them with a few minutes with the king. But as soon as his boots settled on the castle carpet, he realized that his problems were just beginning. Instantly, Kel knew that something was wrong. Windsor was too quiet, too dark. The bowl of water that usually waited for him in the antechamber was empty, the candles to either side unlit. When he listened for the sound of steps, he heard them, distantly, in the halls behind him. But from the chamber ahead, he was met with silence. Oh yeah, don't we have that, like, enthusiast guy? Like, isn't there still, like, part of Vitari going around in Grey London with, like, the enthusiast guy kind of, like, scraping by, almost starving and stuff because there's almost no power to draw from? You're all good, Abby. I appreciate the lurk. So yeah, although Now with the stone, like the stone being dispelled and all, would that also get rid of the Vitari stuff in Grey London? Or was it only getting rid of the stuff in Red London? So many questions. Well, God. I hate this chair. Dread crept in as he made his way into the king's sitting room, hoping to see his withered frame sleeping in his high-backed chair, or hear his frail melodic voice. But the room was empty. Windows were fastened shut against the snow, and there was no fire going in the hearth. The room was cold and dark, and it closed away. Kel went to the fireplace and held out his hands as if to warm them, and an instant later flames licked up across the empty grate. The fire wouldn't last long, fueled by nothing more than air and magic, but in its light Kel crossed through the space, searching for signs of recent occupation. Cold tea, a cast of shawl, but the room felt abandoned, unlived in. And then his gaze caught on the letter. If it could be called a letter. A single piece of crisp cream paper, folded and propped on the tray before the fire, with his name written on the front in the Prince Regent's steady, confident script. Kel took up the note, knowing what he would find before he unfolded the page, but he still felt ill as the words danced in the enchanted fire's light. The king is dead. Might be back later. All right, Gurgle, have a good day. Well, that was part 1. Damn, Slothy. You're making it seem like you've already read this book. Have you been secretly pre-reading everything, huh? Part 2. The 4 words hit him like a blow. The king is dead. We're in like 4 books right now. Kel reeled. He wasn't accustomed to loss. He feared death. He always had. Now more than ever, when a prince's life bound to his. But until the Black Night, Kel had never lost someone he knew. Someone he liked. He had always been fond of the ailing king, even in his later years, even when madness and blindness stole most of his dignity and all of his power. And now the king was gone. A sum returned to parts, as Tyrion would say. The Prince Regent had added a postscript. Step into the hall. Someone will bring you to my rooms. Kel hesitated, looking around at the empty chamber, and then, reluctantly, he closed his hand into a fist, plunging the fire and the hearth back into nothing, and the room back into shadow, and left. Out past the antechamber into the hallways beyond. It was like stepping into another world. Windsor wasn't as opulent as St. James, but it wasn't nearly so grim as the old king's chamber made it out to be. Tapestries and carpets warmed the halls. Gold and silver glinted from candlesticks and plate. Lamps burned in wall sconces, and voices and music carried like a draught. Someone cleared their throat, and Kel turned to find a well-dressed attendant waiting. "Ah, sir, very good, this way," said the man with a bow, and then, without waiting, he set off down the hall. Kel's gaze wandered as they walked. He had never explored the halls beyond the king's room, but he was sure they hadn't always been like this. Fires burned high in the hearts of every room they passed, rendering the palace uncomfortably warm. The rooms themselves were all occupied, and Kel couldn't help but feel like he was being put on display. Let past murmuring ladies and curious gentlemen. He clenched his fists and lowered his gaze. By the time he was deposited in the large sitting room, his face was flushed from heat and annoyance. "Ah, Master Kel." The Prince Regent, the King, Kel corrected, was sitting on a sofa, flanked by a handful of stiff men and giggling women. He looked fatter and more arrogant than usual, his buttons straining, the points of his nose and chin thrust up. His companions fell silent at the sight of Kel, standing there in his black traveling coat. "Your Majesty," he said, tipping his head forward in the barest show of deference. The gesture resettled the hair over his blackened eye. He knew that his next words should express condolence, but looking at the new king's face, Kel felt more stricken of the two. I felt the most stricken of the two. "I would have to come to St. James if I..." George waved a hand imperiously. "I didn't come here for you," he said, getting to his feet, albeit ungracefully. "I'm spending a fortnight at Windsor, tying up odds and ends, putting matters to rest, so to speak." He must have seen the distaste that contorted Kel's face, because he added, "What is it?" "You don't seem saddened by the loss," observed Kel. George huffed. "My father had been dead 3 weeks and should have had the decency to die years ago, when he first grew ill. For his sake, all's well as mine." A grim smile spread across the new king's face like a ripple. "But I suppose for you, the shock is fresh." He crossed to a sidebar to pour himself a drink. "I always forget," he said, as amber liquid sloshed against the crystal, "that as long as you are in your world, you hear nothing of ours." Kel tensed, his attention flicking to the aristocrats that peppered the vast room. They were whispering, eyeing Kel with interest over their glasses. Kel resisted the urge to reach out and grab the royal's sleeve. "How much do these people know?" he demanded, fighting to keep his voice low even. "About me?" George waved his hand. "Oh, nothing troublesome. I believe I told him you were a foreign dignitary, which is true in the strictest sense. But the problem is, the less they know, the more they gossip. Perhaps we should simply introduce you." "I would pay my respects," cut in Kel, "to the old king." He knew they buried men in this world. It struck him as strange to put a body in a box, but it meant the king, what was left of him, would be here somewhere. George sighed, as if the request were both expected and terribly inconvenient. "I figured as much," he said, finishing the drink. He's in the chapel. But first, he held out a hand, heavily adorned with rings. My letter? Kel withdrew the envelope from the pocket of his coat. And the one for my father. Reluctantly, Kel retrieved the second note. The old king had always taken such care with the letters, instructing Kel not to mar the seal. The new king took up a short knife from the sidebar and slashed the envelope, drawing out the contents. He hated the idea of George seeing the sparse note. You came all the way out here to read him this? He asked scornfully. I was fond of the king. Well, you'll have to make do with me now. Kel said nothing. The second letter was significantly longer, and the new king lowered himself onto a couch to read it. Kel felt decidedly uncomfortable, standing there while George looked over the letter and King's entourage looked over him. When the king had read it through 3 or 4 times, he nodded to himself, tucked the letter away, and got back to his feet. All right, he said. Let's get this over with. Kel followed George out, grateful to escape the room and all the gazes in it. Bloody cold out, the king said, bundling himself into a lush coat with a fur collar. Don't suppose you could do something about that? Kel's eyes narrowed. The weather? No. The king shrugged, and they stepped out into the palace grounds, shadowed by a huddle of attendants. Kel pulled his coat close around his body. It was a bitter February day, the wind high and the air wet and biting cold. Snow fell around them, if it could be called falling. The air caught it up and twisted the drifts into spirals so that little ever touched the frozen ground. Kel pulled up his hood. Despite the chill, his hands were bare inside their pockets. His fingertips were going numb, but Antari relied on their hands and their blood to do magic, and gloves were cumbersome, an obstacle to quick-drawn spells. Not that he feared an attack on Grey London soil, but he'd rather be prepared. Then again, with George, even simple conversation felt a bit like a duel, the two possessing little love and less trust for one another. Plus, the new king's fascination with magic was growing. How long before George had Kel attacked just to see if and how he would defend himself? But then, such a move would forfeit the communication between their worlds, and Kel didn't think that the king was that foolish. At least he hoped not. As much as Kel hated George, he didn't want to lose his one excuse to travel. Kel's hand found the coin in his pocket, and he turned it over and over absently to keep his fingers warm. He assumed they were walking toward the graveyard, but instead the king led him to a church. St. George's Chapel, he explained, stepping through. It was impressive, a towering structure, full of sharp edges. Inside, the ceiling vaulted over a checkered stone floor. George handed off his outer coat without looking. He simply assumed someone would be there to take it, and there were. Kel looked up at the light pouring in through the stained glass windows, and thought absently that this wouldn't be such a bad place to be buried. To realize that George III hadn't been laid to rest up here, surrounded by sunlight. He was in the vault. The ceiling was lower, and the light was thin, and that paired with the scent of dusty stone made Kel's skin crawl. Oh, God. George took an unlit candelabrum from a shelf. Would you mind? He asked. Kel frowned. There was something hungry in the way George asked. Covetous. Of course, said Cal. He reached out toward the candles, his fingers hovering above before continuing past them to a vase of long-stemmed matches. He took one, struck it with a small, ceremonial flourish, and lit the candles. George pursed his lips, disappointed. You are all too eager to perform for my father. Your father was a different man, said Kel, waving the match out. George's frown deepened. He obviously wasn't used to being told no, but Kel wasn't sure if he was upset at being denied in general, or being denied magic specifically. Why was he so intent on the demonstration? Did he simply crave proof, entertainment? Or was it more than that? He trailed the man through the royal vault, suppressing a shudder at the thought of being buried here. Being put in a box in the ground was bad enough, but being entombed like this, with layers of stone between you and the world? Kel would never understand why the way these Grey Wielders sealed away their dead, trapping the discarded shells in gold and wood and stone as if some remnant of who they'd been in the life remained. And if it did, what a cruel punishment. When George reached his father's tomb, he set the candelabrum aside, swept the hem of his coat into his hand, and knelt, head bowed. His lips moved silently for a few seconds, and then he drew a gold cross from his collar and touched it with his lips. Touched it to his lips. Finally, he stood, frowning at the dust on his knees and brushing it away. Kel reached out and rested his hands thoughtfully on the tomb, wishing he could feel anything within. It was silent and cold. Oh my God. Why am I just suddenly getting so tired? It would be proper to say a prayer, said the king. Kel frowned, confused. To what end? For his soul, of course. Kel's confusion must have showed. Don't you have good in your world? Don't you have God in your world? He shook his head. George seemed taken aback. No higher power? I didn't say that, answered Kel. I suppose you could say we worship magic. That is our highest power. That is heresy. Kel raised a brow, his hand slipping from the tomb's lid. Your Majesty, you worship a thing you can neither see nor touch, whereas I worship something I engage with every moment of every day. Which is the more logical path? George scowled. It isn't a matter of logic. It is a matter of faith. Faith. It seemed a shallow substitution, but Kel supposed he couldn't blame the Grey Wielders. Everyone needed to believe in something. And without magic, they had settled for a lesser god. One full of holes and mystery, and made up rules. The irony was that they had abandoned magic long before it abandoned them. Smothered it with this almighty god of theirs. Oh my God, how much longer is this part? I was thinking like maybe I'll just finish the part 2 of chapter 3 and then we end, but oh my god, it's like 6 pages. Still. I'll get through it. And then I guess we can end in the middle of a chapter and then continue next week. So I was like, you need bed. I have to. Probably soon. Now we're at least gonna finish the part. I don't want to like end in the middle of a part. We can do this. At least finishing the part, you know. I mean, I'd say we're almost like as far as we did on our first stream with a darker shade of magic, because I think we ended at around like page 150. We are currently at like 115, and I guess the part ends around 120. Yeah, it ends on 120, so I'd say we did some decent progress. More breaks this time, that as well. Compared to book 1. Yeah, the first stream on book 1, we almost did like no breaks. And then we did 11 hours to finish the book the next week. Alright. But what of your dead? Pressed the king. We burned them. A pagan ritual, he said scornfully. Better than putting their bodies in a box. And what of their souls? Pressed George, seeming genuinely disturbed. Where do you think they go if you don't believe in heaven or hell? They go back to the source, said Kel. Magic is in everything, your majesty. It is the current of life. We believe that when you die, your soul returns to that current and your body is reduced again to elements. But what of you? You cease to be. What is the point then, grumbled the king, of living a good life if there's nothing after, nothing earned? Kel had often wondered the same thing, in his own way. But it wasn't an afterlife he craved. He simply didn't want to return to nothing, as if he'd never been. But it would be a cold day in Grey London's hell before he agreed with the new king on anything. I suppose the point is to live well. George's complexion was turning ruddy. But what stops one from committing sins, if they have nothing to fear? Kel shrugged. I've seen people sin in the name of God and in the name of magic. People misuse their higher powers no matter for what form they take. But no afterlife, grumbled the king. No eternal soul. It's unnatural. On the contrary, said Cal, it is the most natural thing in the world. Nature is made of cycles, and we are made of nature. What is unnatural is believing in an unfathomable man in a nice place waiting in the sky. George's expression darkened. Careful, Mr. Cal. That is blasphemy. Cal frowned. You've never struck me as a very pious man, your majesty. The king crossed himself. Better safe than sorry. Besides, he said, looking around, I am the King of England. My legacy is divine. I rule by the grace of the God you mock. I am his servant, as this kingdom is mine at his grace. It sounded like a recitation. The king tucked the cross back beneath his collar. Perhaps, he added, twisting up his face, I would worship your god if I could see and touch it as you do. And here they were again. The old king had regarded magic with awe, a child's wonder. The new king looked at it at the way he looked at everything, with lust. I warned you once, your majesty, said Cal. Magic has no place in your world. Not anymore. George smiled, and for an instant he looked more like a wolf than a well-fed man. You said yourself, Master Cal, that the world is full of cycles. Perhaps our time will come again. And then the grin was gone, swallowed up by his usual expression of droll amusement. The effect was disconcerting, and it made Cal wonder if the man was really as dense and self-absorbed as his people thought, or if there was something there beneath the shallow, self-indulgent shell. What had Astradain said? I do not trust things unless they belong to me. A draft cut through the vault, flickering the candlelight. Come, said George, turning his back on Kel and the old king's tomb. Kel hesitated, then drew the red London linen from his pocket, the star glittering in the center of the coin. He always brought one from the king, for the king, every month. The old monarch claimed that the magic in his own was fading, like heat from dying coals. So Kel would bring him one to trade, pocket warm and smelling of roses. Now Kel considered the coin, turning it over his fingers. This one's fresh, your majesty. He touched it to his lips, and then reached out and set the warm coin on top of the cold stone tomb. Sores nast, he whispered. Sleep well. And with that, Kel followed the new king up the stairs and back out into the cold. There's a lot more political tension and negotiation in book 2. I prefer this. Yeah, there's definitely, like, as much as, like, book 1 was a lot of, like, world building, now we're, like, really getting into the nitty gritty of it. I mean, considering we have the, big tournament in Red London, that's also, I guess you could use as a political event, bringing, like, the other nations in Red London together. So there's all that political tension there as well. And then, well, with Grey London's king changing and White London's king changing, there's a lot of stuff going on for sure. Oh yeah, absolutely. If done correctly, debates like this can be absolutely amazing. Kel fought not to fidget while he waited for the King of England to finish writing his letter. The man was taking his time, letting the silence in the room thicken into something profoundly uncomfortable, until Kel found himself wanting to speak, if only to break it. Knowing that was probably the point, he held his tongue and stood watching the snow fall and the sky darken beyond the window. When the letter was finally done, George sat back in his chair and took up a cup of wine, staring at the pages as he drank. Tell me something, he said, about magic. Kel tensed, but the king continued. Does everyone in your world possess this ability? Kel hesitated. Not all, he said, and not equally. George tipped the glass from side to side. So you might say that the powerful are chosen. Some believe that, said Kel. Others think it is simply a matter of luck, and a good hand drawn in cards. If that's the case, then you must have drawn a very good hand. Kel considered him evenly. If you finished your letter, I should... How many people can do that what you do? Cut in the king. Travel between worlds. I'd wager not many, or else I might have seen them instead. Really? He said, getting to his feet. It's a wonder your king lets you out of his sight. He could see the thoughts in George's eyes, like cogs turning. But Kel had no intention of becoming part of the man's collection. Your Majesty, said Kel, trying to keep his voice smooth, if you're feeling the urge to keep me here... My god, why are some pages just feel like they cling to each other? Okay. If you're feeling the urge to keep me here, thinking it might gain you something, I would strongly discourage the attempt and remind you that any such gesture would forfeit future communication with my world. Please don't do this, he wanted to add. Please, don't even try it. He couldn't bear the thought of losing his last escape. Plus, he added for good measure, I think you would find I am not easily kept. Thankfully, the king raised his ringed hands in mock surrender. You mistake me, he said with a smile, even though Kel did not think he'd been all that mistaken. I simply don't see why our two great kingdoms shouldn't share a closer bond. He folded his letter and sealed it with wax. It was long, several pages longer than usual, judging by the way the paper bulged within its weight when Kel took it. For years, these letters have been riddled with formalities, anecdotes instead of history, warnings, and plays of explanation. Unless useless bits of information, we could be sharing real knowledge, pressed the king. Kel slipped the letter into the pocket of his coat. If that's all... Actually, it's not, said George. I've something for you. Kel cringed as the man set a small box on the table. He didn't reach for it. This is kind of you, Your Majesty, but I must decline. George's shallow smile faded. You would refuse a gift from the King of England? I would refuse a gift from anyone, said Kel, especially when I can tell it's meant as payment. Though I know not for what. It's simple enough, said George. Next time you come, I would have you bring me something in return. Kel grimaced inwardly. Transference is treason, he said, reciting a rule he'd broken so many times. You would be well compensated. Kel pinched the bridge of his nose. Your Majesty, there was a time when I might have considered your request. Well, not yours, he thought, but someone's. But that time has passed. Petition my king for knowledge, if you will. Ask of him a gift, and if he concedes, I shall bring it to you. But I bear nothing of my own free will. The words hurt to say, a wound not quite healed, the skin still tender. He bowed and turned to go, even though the king has not dismissed him. Very well, said George, standing, his cheeks ruddy. I will see you out. No, said Kel, turning back. I would not inconvenience you so, he added. You have guests to attend to. The words were cordial. Their tone was not. I will go back the way I came, and you will not follow. Kel left George red-faced beside the desk and retraced his steps to the old king's chamber. He wished he could lock the door behind him, but of course, the locks were made on the outside. Were on the outside of his room. Another reminder that this room had been more prison than palace. He closed his eyes and tried to remember the last time he'd seen the man alive. The old king hadn't looked well. He hadn't looked well at all. But he'd still known Kel, still brightened at his presence, still smiled and brought the royal leather to his nose, inhaling its scent. Roses, he'd murmur. Always roses. Kel opened his eyes. Part of him, a weary, grieving part, simply wanted to go home. But the rest of him wanted to get out of this blasted castle. Go someplace where he wouldn't be a royal messenger or an Antari, a prisoner or a prince, and wander the streets of grey London until he became simply a shadow. One of thousands. He crossed to the far wall, where heavy curtains framed the window. It was so cold in here that the glass hadn't frosted over. He drew the curtain back, revealing the patterned wallpaper beneath, the design marred by a faded symbol. Little more than a smudge in the low light. It was a circle with a single line through it, a transfer mark leading from Windsor to St. James. He shifted the heavy curtain back even farther, revealing a mark that would have been lost long ago if it hadn't been shielded entirely from time and light. A six-pointed star, one of the first marks Kel made years ago, when the king had been brought to Windsor. He'd drawn the same mark on the stones of a garden wall that ran beside Westminster. The second mark had been long lost, washed away by rain or buried by moss, but it didn't matter. It had been drawn once, and even if the lines were no longer visible, a blood sigil didn't fade from the world as quickly as it did from sight. Kel pushed up his sleeve and drew his knife. He carved a shallow line across the back of his arm, touched his fingers to the blood and retraced the symbol. He pressed his palm to it and cast a last glance back at the empty room, at the light seeping beneath the door, listening to the far-off sounds of laughter. Damned kings, thought Kel, leaving Windsor once and for all. Well, that's the end of part 2, I guess. How much more do we have for the chapter? Okay, I was like, okay, maybe we could do like the chapter, but oh my god, there's like 5 parts to it. It would be like another like 20 pages. Actually, more. Holy shit. Oh no, you're good, you're good. I was just checking. I was like, maybe if it were like another like 10, like maybe 1 or 2 parts or something, I would have said like, yeah, we could maybe finish it. Because for some reason, like I just drank some water and all of a sudden I feel a bit more awake, at least. So like maybe I could push out at least like another like part or 2. And if that would be the end of the chapter, it would have been nice. But we just ended on page 120, and the chapter ends at 152. I got motivated to apply for some jobs. Ooh, let's go. Hope that goes well. So yeah, that'd be like another like 32 pages until the chapter ends. I'll apply for jobs later. Okay. Or maybe next Sunday. Got something to do while listening to my stuff. All I'm gonna say, because like, you know, we're not ending on a really big cliffhanger. All I'm gonna say is, it says here the location of part 3 is the edge of Arnes, and the first word is Lila. Or let's just say the first sentence. As Lila's boots hit land for the first time in months. So, I guess next week, it's Lila time again. Always time for Lila time. I feel like that's definitely a better cliffhanger than Kel cursing at the fact that he just doesn't like the kings and going back, like just traveling around, you know. Being like, yo, Lila. Let's go. 46%. I believe in you, Slothy. I should probably do the same. But again, I don't know why. It's just really hard for me, like, for a good while now to like find motivation to do anything. And just having the discipline to force myself to do stuff. Hey, at least I did get rid of the bloated battery in the phone. We took out the battery itself and just disposed of the battery. I still have the phone because I actually don't know if I factory reset it or not. And I just don't want to like throw away the entire phone, and who knows what will happen. But yeah, we got rid of the battery at least. Yeah, I did something that I said I should do for like months. uh, Oh, I agree with that. I just really need to get my ass off and do like get my ass up and do some things. Vision insurance, book appointments, and clean my bathroom sink and bathtub and shower curtain. Damn, let's go. Yeah, I never really have like, I don't know. I mean, hell yeah, you're getting shit done. That's great. I just don't know. I barely am able to do stuff like that recently, or for a while. I really need to get that shit fixed. Work on that stuff. I'm sure I'll be fine. It's gonna happen. Oh, they did? It's sad. Oh my god. If I see him again, I'll tell him, yeah. Damn. Oh, what the fuck? Hats. Bird gang, let's go. But yeah, I'll see if I can like figure out like talking to some people if I can do my vacuum and wash out the filters. You do that. You get your shit done. I'm just gonna be here and do nothing, fall asleep, and I don't know what else. Yeah, I'll try and like talk to somebody about like the whole like setting up throne, and then we're probably gonna have it set up soonish maybe, and then I have to come up with some ideas for emotes as well if we're gonna make some new emotes soon. Would Lily's help maybe? If you guys have any ideas for emotes as well, you can send it in the Discord. I mean, that would be cool too, because you know, you'd be in Germany and we could meet up. No talking. My whole August schedule. I mean, yeah, why not? I mean, come on, you could hang out. We can hang out. I could show you around the city. I do what I can. I always encourage other people to do their stuff, but I never do it myself. Do as I say, not as I do. But yeah, I'll check in about like the whole emote stuff. We're doing more things. I don't know. Probably around the time when oh yeah, no, I get it, Slothy, it's fine. I think like one of the last things was like maybe partially when I went to university for that one semester, and that was like 6 years ago. Because I had some kind of structure by, you know, having to like wake up at certain times, going there, having like be on the schedule and stuff like that. Maybe I should make myself, at least for like streaming, I should make myself like a schedule and try to like keep it going. So I get a little bit of structure in there again, and maybe from then on, other things will just like align as well. I don't know. I'm just lacking that structure and discipline right now. So I might have to work on that. That's why I think like a job would also help, obviously, because you get like some structure naturally by being tied to a working schedule as well. So who knows? I've been unemployed for over 2 years and I'm like pretty confident and capable. I mean, yeah, I've never really worked at a job. I don't think I technically don't even have like any like, yeah, I don't have any like job experience whatsoever. So there's that. I had some like internships and stuff, but I never really like full on worked with a wage and earning money and stuff. My only like income right now is the occasional Twitch payouts. The only reason I'm able to like do anything is because I'm still living with my parents and like they just provide for me. It is, but I want to try and get something myself as well. So I definitely should try and look out for a job. At least make some money. It's never gonna be easy, but I'm sure one day I'll be able to find my way around it. Good and bad. Oh yeah, like I was forced into like some like job training thing from government a while ago after I finished school because I didn't have a job and all that. And to be fair, that was the main reason I went to university, because I was there at the like job training thing, which was just like, oh, you work in like some practical field for a bit, get some like stuff there done, and then you also, while you're there, you like start applying for like jobs and shit so you can stop going there. First of all, back then I was still like heavily into thinking of like going into computer science and developing and all that stuff, but they had nothing for that. They had just like very hands-on practical jobs there you could look out for, like painter, or like metal working, and like electrician and stuff. So that was already like, I felt out of place because like none of that was for me. And I don't know. I went into the electrician section because like, okay, at least it has some form of like logic stuff involved, so it could be a little bit more towards like computer science and stuff. So I was in that workshop like having to like build like just basic ass circuits, like I don't know, flip a switch, light goes on, or like the ones in like apartment building hallways where like you flip a switch, the light goes on, and after a timer it goes off again, stuff like that. Like you just built like all of these electric stuff, and I don't know, towards the end of it because the thing as well was since it was mainly meant for like people who struggle to get a job or anything, or like don't really have the higher education stuff and all. Like I had an A-levels degree, which is fairly high, and I was there. Like everybody's like, bro, you have an A-levels degree, why the fuck are you here? Like I had the highest degree of everybody that was there. And then at some point, yeah, I was overqualified. The best part was just We also were meant to like go to school, to like a trade school thing, and learn about like some of the basics. We did like really fucking basic mathematics, English, and all that stuff on like 2 days a week or something. And like the maths teacher we had, first of all, he taught some shit wrong. I keep leaving back. And oh, I hate it as well, Abby. It's so awful. But yeah, first of all, that maths teacher taught some wrong things. And then second, he also was like, why the fuck are you even here? You're not like, you're too overqualified for the like the basic shit we're learning. Especially because it's math. And like I said, I graduated with a major in mathematics, so like them going through like what was it, like adding and dividing and like subtracting fractions and stuff. I'm like, bro, that's like 3rd grade, 4th grade shit that I've learned. And I'm sitting here like, okay. Like we really went down to basics. So my the teacher basically, I mean like all of the teachers, even like the English teacher, because I mean, hey, as you may can tell, I do know a little bit of English. Like I was not struggling in any kind of class for that. So the maths teacher in particular, he basically did not give a shit of what I'm doing. Like we would get like the papers to work on, like and all that stuff, and I would just literally, I think I was actually reading what I was either reading Ready Player One at that point, or was actually reading one of the Shape of Magic books. I think I was actually reading a Shape of Magic book. I think it was either Gathering of Shadows or Darker Shade of Magic during that time. So I would literally just sit in his class and read. Don't pay attention to his class, not do any of the work, and just read. And apparently that didn't jive well with some of the other people, like some of the other students that were there, because, well, first of all, they were trying to blame shit on me for something they did, because like I would sit there, read my book, you know, be all by myself, be in my own little world, and then like they would constantly like interrupt the flow. Yeah, exactly. I'm just sitting there reading my book, and they would like constantly interrupt the flow, like laughing loud in class and like talking across the classroom and all that, and blah blah blah. The teacher like pulled them out after the lesson, and just like I was standing outside of the classroom and I was hearing the teacher fucking shouting at them. And apparently one of the things that they brought up was the fact that I am not doing anything either. Like, why would they do things if I don't do stuff? Difference is, though, fucking dipshits, I'm sitting there silent, reading my book, not interrupting or disrupting the flow of the lesson. And you're the fucking dumbasses ruining this. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So the teacher actually told me, for all he cares, I wouldn't even have to show up for his classes. Like, I could come to school, like, if like maths would like would be like the first lessons on the day, I could literally like skip it and come to school later. Or like if maths is like in the middle, I could just skip it. Or if it's at the end, I could just go home earlier. Like, he wouldn't even care. He doesn't even need me there. I could just not go there. So I had to talk to like the supervisor stuff from like the work training though, because obviously it's all like in coordination with them. And they basically Just like, oh yeah, we just pulled you out of the school in general. Like, they just completely got me out of that. I did not have to go to that school anymore. But for as a trade-off on those 2 days where we usually had the school, I would have to go into the workshop as well. So instead of like workshop or like school, workshop, workshop, school, workshop, workshop, or like school, workshop, it would just be like workshop all 5 days a week. Which at that point though, there was a different group during the time when we had school, so I wasn't alone in the workshop. I still had like some people I talked to and just mess around with and all that. I barely did my tasks there as well, and I still somehow finished them all. But like, I was also like applying. Yeah, I was only there for the practical part at that point. And then obviously you'd also have like the times where you're like sitting at the computer lab just applying for jobs and like all that stuff. And I don't know, I applied to so many things and nothing worked out. I had so many like job interviews and nothing worked out. And at that point I was like, okay, fuck it. The other option I have that would basically just get me out of there at that point right now is, what if I just apply for university? Like, just try, you know? Just go into university, because that would mean, like, I don't have to go there anymore. I have something to do. So, I got accepted to university. I went in there for 1 semester. Figured, like, and realized like, okay, the university life is not for me. I went for computer science and programming on university, and I figured out just like university life is just not my kind of thing. Like I even during my 13 years in school, I never studied for a test. I just like went in. And like, and then coming into this world of like, basically like you have to be completely autonomous with like all of your studies and all that stuff, and you can even like skip classes. They're not like, some of them were not mandatory, so it kind of just like completely autonomous. And you're kind of forced to study a lot for it. I just couldn't do it. It was just not for me. Yeah, I don't know. I showed up, I kid you not, for my maths final exams, like literally like my maths finals, major maths finals, which was a, I think, 3-hour long exam, like 20 pages long or something. It was a really, really long exam, and it was like, if you pass, it really determined like if you pass or not. And I shit you not, I turned up on that day, no sleep beforehand, like nothing. I pulled an all-nighter, and I maybe have looked over like some of the notes on the train towards school. I didn't study. I didn't do anything apart like looking at the notes on my way to school. And I just went in there sleep deprived as hell. I had a full like thermos of coffee with me, but like I closed it almost immediately after I poured the coffee in, so I could not fucking open that shit. None of my classmates, not even the teacher, was able to open it. So sleep deprived, no coffee, sitting there for like 4 or 5 hours writing a maths major finals, and I somehow barely scraped by with a passing grade. I did not have to go into revisions. I was so certain that at some point I was like, oh, I fucked that shit up so bad. I am going to revisions. Like, nah. So in Germany, at least like usually it's 1 through 6. The grades, like 1 is the best, 6 is the lowest. During A levels, it changes to a point system, 1 through 15. 1 being the lowest, 15 points being the most, and you collect like the points throughout your years, and you have to have a certain like point threshold to be eligible to do your like to get into the finals and stuff, which I passed. Like that was not the big deal. And then I think passing grade is like 9 points, or like what's the equivalent of 4? It's like 5 or 6 points, and I just barely scraped by like 5-6 points. Like I just got it. I somehow just sniped my way in there. I mean, the same happened with the computer science final. Well, not the exact same thing, but the computer science finals were divided into 3 different topics. We had database structure, like analysis and creating databases and SQL. We had network planning, like setting up an entire like office network and the IP addresses and how to like set that up with the switches and stuff, and just basic programming in C. And we had like some extra paper and we had some like extra paper we could like take notes on. They weren't like you also handed them in, but they were like different color and all this, and they weren't graded. They were just basically like personal notes. Like if you had to do some like maths or something, or just like take some like mental notes for yourself on paper. So I spent so much time on creating the whole like database system and the programming for that, making like sketches for that, and the whole like network plan. I spent so much time on that once I transferred most of it over to like the official papers, the ones that are getting graded, I looked at the time and I was like, fuck, I have like 20 minutes left and I haven't even started the programming part at all, because I mismanaged my time so bad. So basically like a whole third of the entire exam I didn't even write, and I still somehow got passing grade. I did not go into revisions there as well. Like, what the fuck? Good passing grade, really study. There's more. Yeah, I don't know. I just never had to. And then there was so the other 2 finals we had were there was an oral exam which we could choose between RE or history, and then a third written exam which was either German or English. I did my oral exam in RE because I sucked at history. And I passed that with like, I don't know, 10 points, 9 points, something like that. And then obviously I chose English over German for my for my last written exam. And we could choose to write I think like an analysis essay of a fictional or non-fictional text. Like we got a fictional and a non-fictional, and we chose one of them, and then we had to write like like a full-on analysis essay. I think I chose the I chose the fictional one, I think, and wrote a 9-page essay in less than 2 hours and just handed it in. I was like, yep, I'm done. This is gonna be fine. I don't worry as much. And hey, I ended up with like, I think 12 points on my report at the end. Yeah, like I think English, and we had like a basic economics class. I think English and economics were my 2 best grades in that school somehow. Even though I went in for computer science and maths, I did best at English and economics, which funnily enough were taught by the same teacher. You'd be a shoo-in. But the thing is as well, I feel like so one of the internships I did was at a company that manages like the networks for companies at their back end. It's like we're basically like the network admins, and I was there as a software developer. Mainly I was working on developing a tool that allowed, because obviously on their website and all, they had like a support ticket system where like the customers can send in a support ticket if there's something wrong. Usually that meant if you wanted to send an email in the support ticket system, it would open up a third-party software like something like Thunderbird from Mozilla, or like something else. Like it won't be like in the support system itself, not like a web integrated web email stuff. So I got tasked with creating that, like a built-in mailing system into the support system. And I think I was there for 3 weeks. So the first week they basically gave me a copy of the entire source code of their website, of that support website, which was like, I can work on that and don't destroy anything on their front end. It's just like it's isolated things, so I can work on that. So the first week I was basically trying to familiarize myself with because at that point, because it was mainly in like HTML and JavaScript, and I don't think I've worked with that before. So the first week was me trying to figure out what these 30,000 lines of code meant, and how the fuck do I code in these languages. Oh yeah, JavaScript was it was intense. So the first week on there, I had like a dual monitor desk setup and everything. My first week was one monitor had the source code open, other monitor Google. I was Googling everything, figuring like the basics out and figuring out what I can do, and like experimenting a little bit, figuring Stack Overflow. I've used that a lot as well. And it's like I was figuring out like the basic stuff of like all that, and I barely talked to any of the co-workers or even like the boss or anything. I was basically just kind of like contained in my own bubble, trying to figure this out by myself. So after the first week, I think I almost had the whole like bare structure finished. Like I had created the pop-up window that would pop up if you click send an email with like the text boxes and all that, but none of that had functions yet. Like you couldn't send an email, you couldn't attach a file. It was just like the bare bones structure of like, here is the window. So then in the next weeks we worked on getting that hooked up with the back end, because we basically implemented a feature where it's hooked up to their like customer database, where you could for like the sender or like for the receiver, you just have like a like a drop down menu. You click on an arrow and it's like, oh, here I want to send an email to this customer. So that was like basically most of the work in week 2. Figuring all of that out. And then I was like, at some point I was like kind of getting bored. So one of the co-workers there showed me a website where you can, in the website itself, you can start like programming in a bit of like HTML and JavaScript to just like get a feel for it. Just make your own kind of little things. So while I was getting bored and all that, and I was basically done, I started just programming an entire calculator, like a full-on working calculator, but not just with like the basic 4 operations. It could also take like square roots and stuff. Like it was a bit of more of an advanced calculator. I was bored. So I think that took me like 2 days, and then I showed it to one of my one of the coworkers, one of the ones that was supervising me, and like he was like, okay, now here's how you improve it. And then we just worked on that calculator for like 2 days instead of on the actual website I was supposed to work on. But hey, it was a full-on working, functional calculator. And then we basically finished most of the rest for the support ticket program. And they said, because like most of the backend stuff was then like PHP, and it was like complicated shit. They said like, don't worry about that now. We're just gonna implement it later in the backend after your internship. So I basically just like laid down the fundamentals, and they finished it off. Wait, oh yeah. Oh good, it was a short one. All right, yeah. So I basically just laid down the foundation, and they just finished it off in the end. And then at the end of it, you had like the talk with like the boss, like the evaluation. How did you do throughout the internship? And one of the first things he said to me, I won't forget that, because he was like, oh, the first week you've been like all by yourself, barely like communicating with the other co-workers and doing like your own thing. He thought like, it's like, oh no, it's just gonna be another like useless intern that's just gonna sit there and not do his work, because like he's not communicating. Like, what is he doing? And then after seeing like the progress I've done, and like the stuff I showed them first weekend, it was like he was pleasantly surprised with my results. Sadly though, I did not get like taken over in that company, because their reasoning was they're mainly more of a administrative company, not like software development. They only have like one other software developer there, and they said like they would not have the resources necessary to get me like a good training and like all that stuff. Yeah, they have one other developer there. the other, it was a small company. Like in-house in the office, they were like the boss, the one software dev, the one dev, and it also did tech support and the admin stuff, and then I think 2 or 3 other employees. So like it's a small company. Yeah, they had some like big companies they were at, like adminning for, like full on like hospital and bakery systems and all that. But like, yeah, it's a small team, and yeah, they just said like they don't have the resources available to really like get me the best they could offer, but they would like obviously write me a really good review, like a really good just like overall review of everything, and recommend me to other places, but nothing happened out of that as well. So yeah. But it was a fun internship, to be fair though. I had fun with them. They were cool people, really chill, nice to talk to. Once I actually started talking to them a bit more, and not just sit there by myself. Yeah, basically. Like I did talk like during like the lunch break or something with some, but like I really started like just like small talking and shit and all that with them during like week 2 and 3, and when I really like got to know them a bit more. There was another one there that was also like still in her apprenticeship around like my age, and like we got along pretty well, and it was good to have someone there. Really gotta go. Yeah, I gotta end my stream. Ah yeah, the good old pee pee poo poo. I get you. Yeah, you can't have one without the other. Usually how it goes. 7 times a day, damn. I'll try, Abby. I only had like I think 5 hours of sleep last night. Maybe that's why I'm feeling a bit more tired right now. I don't know. It'd be like that. Hopefully next week will be better when we continue with the book. Maybe this week around, I will actually start playing Yakuza again, like I said I would do last week. Hey, look at me procrastinating again. Yeah, but I will yeah, like I'll talk to some people for like setting up Throne. I'll see if I can talk to Lily about the whole like maybe the emote stuff, and then I gotta figure out what kind of emotes. You're good, Abby. You're fine. And then yeah, we're gonna figure out how we set up the whole emote stuff. I can't fucking set up the. I will. And then yeah, again, I'll talk to Lily if we can about the whole emote stuff, and then figuring out what kind of emotes to make. I gotta check right now. Does the artist still have her commissions open? Oh, damn. Alright, sorry, I'm back. I just had to mute myself real quick because my parents were here. I was like, let me see. Again, accidentally left again. I hate the new app. It's so bad. I really don't like it. Let me see if I can show you guys real quick. But might have to switch to this one here. Well, thank you for stopping by and staying around, Slothy. Hope you have a great rest of your day and you get some good rest. I just wanted to check on something here really quick. That is not what I want to show. This is what I want to show. Because we look at this, we have a few slots open right now that of like some emotes we can make. So I gotta figure out some things. A bunch of emote slots here, guys. Especially animated ones. We have 10 animated, 12 animated because of these two. So there's a lot of options we can do, but like, I don't know, animated emotes can also be pretty expensive. I'm sure we'll figure something out though. I'll get that sorted. Again, if you guys have any ideas as well for emotes, I will, you guys can post them in the Discord. I think I now I would have to make one again. I made a channel at one point for like suggestions and stuff, so maybe I'll make like an emote suggestions channel so you guys can send in your stuff if you have any ideas. But yeah, we'll figure something out. Need a hug emote? Oh yeah, sure, that's true. Just gotta figure out what the character is gonna hug. A hug one. I might have to make a love one, like in her style as well, because I have a pretty outdated one. Like this is the one we have, so maybe we get one where like the character is holding a heart and all that, like a love emote. Yeah, something like that, exactly. Just yeah. Wait, that's the wrong one. Like this one. Something like that. I'll have to figure it out. Yeah, so we could do like a hug, we could do a heart, so like that, and then we could figure out some silly ones, maybe. Maybe one or two animated emotes as well. An animated I wanted to make for a while now is like that taking notes animated one, where it's like with the notebook looking up and then like nodding. Something like that. That would probably be nice. But yeah, I'll figure that out later. I'll figure that out at some point, and then yeah, I gotta talk to some people about with the money, and then hopefully soon we'll have some new emotes, and also a throne set up at some point. And then, I don't know, fill it up with Gundams or something, so you guys could just give me Gundams. I need more Gundams to build. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. I have not seen anybody online really right now that we could raid, so I will probably just going to end it here. No raid, just chilling. The hug mode of fish. That could, yeah. That could work. Fish. The fish. All right. Anyway, yeah, I gotta end and try and get some sleep. It's about to hit 6 a.m. here. I've been yapping for way too long. Even at this point, I could have probably finished the chapter with all the time we've been yapping. But here we are. We're finishing the chapter. We're finishing a good bit next time. And then we'll see how it goes. Probably have to finish it like 3 or 4 streams because it's a bit longer than the previous one, and I don't want to do another like 11 hours. Again, yeah. But until then, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it is. And I'll see you guys next time. Love you all. Bye bye.